Standing Committee on Community Safety, Cultural Affairs and Sports. It's the 31st of October, and we are here to discuss the 2022-2023 annual report for the Western Cape Language Committee, Heritage Western Cape, the Western Cape Cultural Commission, as well as the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports. Just to start off, my name is Gillian Bosman. I'm the chairperson of this committee, and I'm going to ask the members to please introduce themselves for the record.
Good morning, Chairperson and the Minister and the Department, also to the members. My name is Mesule Kama. I'm a member of the committee.
Morning, Chair. Sorry, go Deirdre.
Goeiemôre, Deirdre Bartman.
Morning, Chair. Gerrit Pretorius, member of this committee.
Thank you very much. Can we also ask the member online to please introduce themselves? Member Murray, if you could just unmute yourself. We didn't hear anything.
I apologize, sorry. I say good morning to all. I'm Peter Murray, I'm a member of this committee.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members online?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to everyone. My name is Ayanda Barnes, member of the committee.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other members. We'll now then go over to the department led by the Minister.
Good morning, everyone. Goeiemôre, Andre Marie, Minister of Cultural Affairs and Sport. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Kaya Redman, Head of Department, Cultural Affairs and Sport. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Brenda Ratschkes, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, members. Carol van Wyk, Chief Director, Cultural Affairs.
Good morning, everyone. Khadija Abdulatif, Acting Director for Arts, Culture and Language.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Lyndon Bauer, Chief Director, Sport and Recreation.
Good morning, Chair and members. Danielle Manuel, Director for Sports Development.
Morning, everyone. Jackie Bull, Youth and After School.
Morning all, Stephanie Thomas, Planning from Cultural Affairs and Sport.
Morning everyone, Thabo Tutu, Director Sport Provincial.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Nomaza Tingayo, Director of Archives and Records Service. Thank you.
Good morning, Nadine Jeevan, Arts and Culture.
Good morning, everyone. Michael Janssen van Rensburg, responsible for museums, heritage and geographical names.
Good morning everyone, Sean Julie, Director Strategic and Operational Management Support.
Morning, Dion Berger from the Office of the Head of Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we just ask the gentleman in the corner if you could also please introduce yourself?
Good morning, Chair, members, Minister and Department. Ignatius Fourie from the Auditor General.
Any other guests joining us online? Don't see anybody. Wasim, do we have any apologies?
Good morning, Chairperson, members and Department. I haven't received any apologies.
And I also just want to check there are no members acting as alternates for any other members. These are all permanent members on the committee, except for one alternate, but that permanent member is here. Colleagues, I'm now going to open up to the Minister and the HOD for any opening remarks. And then what we will do is we will then go over to the tabling of the Western Cape Language Committee's report. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be very brief. We are the only department who thoroughly and truly embrace the diversity of our province. And we create opportunities for all our communities and implement our programs to ensure that our vision and strategic goals are met to sustain a socially inclusive, creative, active, and connected Western Cape. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. HOD, any opening remarks from your side?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Chairperson and members of the Standing Committee. Good morning to Minister Marais and colleagues and members of the public that are present. Chairperson, before introducing and tabling our annual report, let me take the opportunity to thank you, as well as the members of the Standing Committee, for supporting the Minister's request to have all members of the Standing Committee and staff of the department to wear their national rugby team colours in honour of their performance in the Rugby World Cup 2023 in France. When we made our request to Parliament, we specifically asked that this request was irrespective of whether they lost or won the game. The Springboks rallying call is stronger together, echoing the one team, one country slogan which won the trophy at home in 1995 with the support of our beloved Madiba and the hopeful masses of South Africa. It communicates that to the Bokke that they are doing it for the nation, and all the motivation that they need is to know that they have the nation behind them. And the Springboks have now since matured and are beyond playing to win and now playing for a cause much bigger than themselves, which is a united South Africa brimming with hope. That is their biggest gift to the nation, regardless of the outcome of the games that they play. What matters more is why they play. And this is in line with the just cause of the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, which has as its foundations the renewing of hope for the people of the Western Cape through its vision of a socially cohesive, socially inclusive, creative, active, and connected Western Cape. And thanks again, Chairperson, for considering our request, and congratulations to the people of South Africa who have been crowned world champions in rugby again. Now back to the annual report. Chairperson, the department has maintained its unqualified audit with no other matters outcome status for the 11th consecutive year. The department also has oversight responsibility over 3 public entities: the Western Cape Cultural Commission, the Western Cape Language Committee, and Heritage Western Cape, and all of which have also maintained their unqualified audit status, although this year using a different audit methodology. We are grateful for the oversight provided by the Standing Committee, oversight by SCOPA, the Audit Committee, our citizens, as well as our assurance providers, internal audit, and the Auditor General South Africa, all of which are key players in the accountability ecosystem. The department achieved 80 of its 86 performance indicators and 28 of its 29 conditional grant indicators. This shows that the department is back from the decline that we experienced in 2021 during the middle of COVID, where we moved from 1920 of 96% to 68.9%, in 21-22 up to 94%, and 22-23, the year under review, 93.9%, which is pretty much the same as last year. For the 22-23 financial year, the department spent 97.6% of its budget, and the under expenditure occurred mainly in goods and services and in compensation of employees, and in particular in goods and services. The drivers of this under expenditure were the services procured but not delivered by 31 March, and a request has been made to roll over committed funds into the 23-24 financial year. It has already been submitted to Provincial Treasury. Some highlights, Chair. The year under review saw quite a number of international events. The Women's T20 Cricket World Cup, the Hockey Masters, the Netball Quad Series, which was a precursor to the Netball World Cup, which happened this year, and the investment in infrastructure as part of the Netball World Cup legacy. We also facilitated the establishment of CACNet, a network of community arts centers in the Western Cape, and facilitated training for the center managers with the University of Stellenbosch Business School and with the support of our National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and our partner, the Stan Foundation. Just two challenges to highlight in this year, the poor economic growth, and it has had a huge impact on the resources available to our ecosystem of partners, the NGOs, federations, and that places a greater pressure on TCAS's limited resources. And of course, this year we had this huge crash of the CETA Library Information Management System, which affected our library users and a few governance matters, but the department was able to contain the impact. Thank you, Chairperson. We present to you the annual reports of the 3 public entities as well as TCAS later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, both Minister and HOD. And on behalf of the committee, we also congratulate the Springbok players as well as the entire technical team for their success. And we hope that everybody will now rally behind the Proteas as they play in India, as well as Banyana as they try to qualify for the Olympics. And also in Cape Town, over the last few weeks, we've had the Springboks women's team playing quite successfully at Athlone Stadium. So we've got quite a lot happening. We've also got athletes preparing for the Special Olympics. So we're all looking forward to that. Colleagues, I'm now going to table the Western Cape Language Committee's annual report. That's section E of the report in English, but you are welcome to refer to both isiXhosa or Afrikaans. Are there any questions for the Western Cape Language Committee? See Member Kama.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just have one question, Chair, as to what page is this now? I think I was looking on page 8 around the vision of the entity. And an understanding, Chair, that in the province we still do have some institutions that are ignorant to the policy environment around languages and what it seeks to achieve. As a result, I think in your environments like your University of Stellenbosch, in the recent past, you would have had many legal challenges around the issue of their language policies. So I just want to check what work does this entity do in working with other community-based organizations to challenge and ensure that the Western Cape language policy is respected and implemented across board. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Murray, online.
Thank you so much, Chair. My vraag is eintlik, wat doen hierdie committee om te verseker dat Afrikaans nie kwaad aangedoen word nie? Ja, is bewegings onder NGO's om Afrikaans as taal te vernietig. Weskaapse grondwet maak voorsiening dat Afrikaans is een van 3 amptelike tale. En daar is mense wat Afrikaans wil vernietig ten gunste van Engels. En die meerderheid mense in die Weskaap is Afrikaanstalig. Reg oor die platteland in die Weskaap, Lensburg, oral, Beaufort West, dis Afrikaans, Mitchellsplein, Bonteheuwel, net reg. Hoekom moet hulle lei onder die paar, die bietjie, wat wil Engels praat? Wat doen julle om af te verseker dat Afrikaans op ons laerskole en hoërskole tot sy reg kom?
Thank you very much. Honorable Barnes.
Dankie, voorsitter. Net so 1 of 2 vragies. My eerste vraag, voorsitter, by die annual report sien ek dat vir die afgelope 4 jaar kry ons dit net in Engels. Wat is die probleem dat ons dit in ander 2 tale kry, Xhosa en Afrikaans? En aangezien die 'n drietalige provinsie is, as dit miskien op soft copy is, kan die departement dalk vir ons sê waar ons dit in ander tale kry. 'n rede om dit is dat mense wil altyd graag die ander tale ook sien dat hulle daar is op die annual report. En die laaste ene, voorsitter, dit gaan oor die begroting van die Language Committee. Is net om te vra vir die komitee of hulle tevrede is met die begroting wat uiteen gesit word vir hulle. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you very much, Member Barnes. I'm not sure which copy you have, but I've got one that's in English, Afrikaans, and isiXhosa. And I also quite successfully read through the main annual report in Afrikaans last week as well. Are there any other Member Pretorius?
Thanks, Chair. Page 24 of the annual report of the Language Committee. Under risks, right in the middle there, the Western Cape language policy is not fully implemented by certain provincial departments. And this risk was identified because the committee does not have control over the execution of language policy. Who has control over the execution of language policy in Western Cape, in the Western Cape government? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to the department for responses to those questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to ask the Chief Director for Cultural Affairs to cover the two questions around the Afrikaans language. I will take the first and the last questions. I think we've covered all. So I'll start with the Member Khan's question. We work with a number of community-based organizations in the course of our work, both strategically, but also because we are in an environment where there are very limited resources. So on page 15, we have outlined some of these organizations: the Indigenous Language Action Forum, Afrikaanse Taalraad, the PANSALB, and various other organizations on different programs, whether it's celebrating International Mother Tongue Day or whatever the program is, would demand that we then would dictate that we work with certain partners. We have to work in this way because we have the same interests at heart, but our biggest partner is the Pan-South African Language Board. The Western Cape Language Committee, in the absence of the PLC, that in terms of the PANSALB Act is supposed to fall under PANSALB, fulfills that responsibility. We always participate in public participation initiatives around language policy, including the University of Stellenbosch. The chairperson of the Language Committee, together with its members, did submit its comments and inputs into the public processes that the University of Stellenbosch engaged with at the time when they were dealing with their language policy. But we always try our best to make sure that we are partnering, because there's a lot of community structures, especially in the space of indigenous languages, which are at higher risk of disappearance. So we try and work as much as possible with those organizations. In terms of who has the power to execution of the language policy, the Western Cape government has a language policy, and all departments are responsible for executing that language policy. Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, and through the Language Committee, fulfills a sort of an oversight role to see to what extent, because this is a progressive, we are trying to achieve this progressively because of the cost implications. So departments are at various stages of implementation of the language policy. But in the Western Cape, the three official languages are isiXhosa, Afrikaans, and English, and we implement those, but with varying degrees. If you look at the Premier's Digicons, you will always see a sign language interpreter. Our Department of Health has got its own various language practitioners based and embedded in the Department of Health. But the rest of the departments rely on our language practitioners, which we have in our department, to either do translations or interpretations of some of the work that they have to do. But at the end of the day, each department is responsible for executing the Western Cape language policy. And DCAS has a responsibility just to have oversight and assist where they can. In 2021, DCAS commissioned a study which looked at the extent to which we are implementing this policy, and then produced a report to help departments to achieve to the required standards as expected by the policy. And so departments are working on that. The report outlined the challenges that departments are experiencing in meeting the requirements, and also what is it that they can do to be able to be on par with the expectations of the policy. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hand over to Chief Director.
Thank you, HOD. Goeiemôre, lede. So, in terme van die taalbeleid en die werk wat die entiteit doen, as gevolge van die gemeenskappe om seker te maak dat die Afrikaanse taal bevorder word. Ons werk met verskillende vennootskappe soos die Afrikaanse Taalraad, die jammer dat ek nou Engels en Afrikaans praat, die Cape Peninsula Universiteit van Tegnologie, die Kaapse Raad, die Cape Town City of Cape Town, en ook met die inheemse taal aksieforum, Indigenous Language Action Forum. So through the committee or through hierdie entiteit befonds hulle gemeenskappe wat geregistreer moet word ingevolge die I'm going to speak English again, the Cultural Act, Commissions Act, om befondsing te kry. So dit is varieer in geval van gemeenskappe, maar ons werk met die Afrikaanse Taalraad en soos ek gesê het, die vennootskappe met die partners vennootskappe wat ons het. En in terme van wat doen die komitee om Afrikaans op te bou, soos ek gesê het, en ek dink soos die hoof van die departement ook gesê het, ons het verskillende vennootskappe wat ons programme van stapel stuur. En in terme van die Stellenbosch issue, en ek dink die hoof van die departement het daaraan geraak, wat ons input gegee het, ons het ons inputs gegee oor die Stellenbosch issue. Dankie.
Baie dankie. Agbar Maree.
Baie dankie, voorsitter. Jy weet, 'n mens kan baie versla het, beteken absoluut niks, tensy jy kan wys hoe die aksies wat jy van stapel gestuur het, suksesse gebring het nie. Ek sou graag wil lyk 'n verslag wat ook aangeheg word, wat vir hierdie komitee wys. Wat was die stand van Afrikaans in 1994 en wat is dit nou? Hoeveel skole is nou Afrikaans magtig en hoeveel nie? Nou nie. Het baat nie ons bly sê ons praat met die Pan African Language Board en ons praat met die nie. Praat is een ding, aksie is 'n ander ding. Ek wil net 'n verslag wat aangeheg mag word met die toestemming van hierdie komitee. Want hierdie is 'n ding wat nog 'n groot moeilikheid in die toekoms veroorsaak. Die verwerping van Afrikaans deur sekere gemeenskappe en die Afrikaans word agterweë gelaat in opsig in teenstelling met Engels. Ek wil 'n verslag hê van hierdie komitee om te wys hoe suksesvol is julle in julle pogings om Afrikaans nie te laat vernietig nie. Hoe suksesvol is julle?
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ek wil net noem dat ons baie nou saamwerk met die stigting vir die bemagtiging van Afrikaans, wat reg oor die provinsie in ons kleinste gebiede en dorpe ingaan en juis Afrikaans bevorder, sonder om die ander tale na te laat. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. We've also noted the resolution that the member would like a report on the status of the Afrikaans language, and maybe that is a report that we can also ask our Parliamentary Research Service to produce, because we don't want to take any resources away from the Language Committee. So you can maybe ask Parliament to produce that report for us. Are there any other questions on the Western Cape Language Committee annual report? I see no other hands. I will then say thank you very much. The Western Cape Language Committee report is then tabled and discussed in all 2 languages of the province. We will now go over to the Western Cape Cultural Commission report. I am also going to table the entire report, so if members can just highlight the page number that the question is on, and we can go from there. Can I get an indication from members if there are any questions on the Western Cape Cultural Commission? See Member Kama. We'll start with Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the first question that I would want to ask here in the commission is perhaps how do they intervene and try to assist the different cultural groups or councils in forging unity? Because what I've identified throughout the engagements with these entities, there's a lot of divisions, you know, and you get a sense, sometimes you meet with these and then tomorrow you are called that, why are you meeting with people who are not the correct leadership? So I just wanted to get a sense around that through its work, how does it interface or assist these people? The other question I have, Chair, is around page 17 and cultural facilities. And I want to link this, Chair, to an engagement that I recently had with, I think it's the Griqua National Conference of South Africa, where they have a piece of land where they congregate, I think every last day of the year, and people come from different parts of the country, and I think it's a grave site of their paramount chief. Now I want to get a sense as to how does the Cultural Commission, or does the Cultural Commission assist these groupings in any way in terms of whether it would be working together with the Heritage Western Cape to ensure that these areas are identified as cultural facilities, and or perhaps even as heritage resources. Because I think one of the things they were raising is that it is situated in a private land, and sometimes they find difficulties in accessing even the very same site. That's the question. Then the other question, Chair, is around page 18, the initiation program. And there the department is talking about the coordinating committee which was established, and the initiation reference committee. Now, I want to get a sense as to the appointment of these committees, as to who are the people that are constituting the committee. It cannot be the names, but just an idea, because one has been receiving complaints around people who are saying that some of the people who are appointed into these committees make them feel that their initiation programs are not respected in terms of their secrecy. We ensure that we put people who understand the culture that has to do with initiation. For example, in other initiations like the one that I belong to, women are not allowed to be involved in any way. So how do we ensure that such is preserved and protected? Thank you very much, Chair.
Member Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, risks, page 31. It says here that again, in the middle of the page, a key risk is the insufficient rental income to cover expenditure on maintenance for facilities. And it then refers to the fact that that the facility usage policy is restrictive to other income generation mechanisms, and that a feasibility study on potential income generation is being conducted. Can we have some more elaboration on this, what they hope to achieve, everything? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Maria.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the gentleman who the honorable member who brought up the issue of the Griqua. The Griqua is the biggest indigenous group in South Africa, the best organized. Historical records are available. Books have been written, dated and everything. But only thing that our museums show is what they call the Bushman and the Hottentot, that's clad in just skins, as if that was our only heritage as indigenous peoples. The Griqua were westernized already then, but we see nothing of them in our museums. Several books have seen the light of day. By Reggie Bussack and by Aaron Messler, they wrote several books on the Griquas. The Griqua also is known to have, just like the Afrikaner, worn the kappies and the long dresses, but none of that is shown to our children. We're only shown in our museums that we were like people who didn't even know clothing, westernized clothing, which is not true. And I want to know why our museums still depict the indigenous people half naked in our museums. It's time that makes room and way and show the people, the indigenous people of this land, as properly educated. They were outstanding horsemen. They had guns. They didn't have assegais at Griquas. They fought at Boomplaats against the Boers. They defeated the Boers at Boomplaats. Nothing of that is shown in our history. I am tired, Mr. Chairperson, of seeing that the indigenous people, which UNESCO has said, they are indigenous. They are portrayed as though they are uncivilized. It's time that we see our people the way they really were. And I want to know from this committee, to what extent do you do that? To what extent do you want to depict the indigenous people, First Nation people of the Western Cape in a respectful manner?
Thank you very much. Just for information, Member Pretorius, the answer to your question is on page 139 of the annual report, the main annual report for the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports. But I'll hand over to the department for responses to that round.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to mention that the culture groups must remember they can apply for funding in our yearly cycle. Every culture group. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairperson. Just to latch on to Minister's comments, so we have the within the Cultural Commission a subcommittee called the Cultural Councils Committee, which is responding to a section within the Act that allows for the existence and recognition of cultural councils, or registration rather, of cultural councils as part of the work of the Cultural Commission. And cultural councils can apply to the Cultural Commission for funding to engage in various cultural practices. I'll start the question on the RICWA and the representation. One of our museums is in the process of undergoing a major revamp and re-articulation of its narrative, the Mossel Bay Museum. We're still raising our funds for that, and we've done quite a lot of work to try and articulate the scope of work for the organization that will then get the job done. We've already had consultations with communities, various communities within Mossel Bay, and we've completed that process. So that work is underway. However, I need to point out that the traditional dress of various cultural groups can never be said to be uncivilized. When AmaZulu wear ibheshu, that is their cultural dress and they are proud of it. And when the Khoi and the San wear the springbok skins or whatever other skins they wear as part of their traditional dress, that is what they are proud of. That is who they are. It's a reflection of their identity and is in no way a reflection of whether they are civilized or not civilized, or educated or not educated. So I think we just need to get that context. So we don't in any way misrepresent or disrespect when we do that, because we understand that our communities have different ways of expressing themselves, whether in dress or in culture, and that in no way is misrepresenting or disrespecting or saying that they are not educated. The museum in Mossel Bay, it's actually the DS Museum, is going to be quite extensive in its work, and is going to cover all the indigenous groups and especially those that have impacted the local area in terms of originally being from there. The work of the Cultural Commission is an exciting one. We want our various communities to be able to express themselves in their different cultures and to be proud of their differences. But at the same time, as Member Kama is mentioning, not to the exclusion of others. It should not, your identity must never be used as a way of othering. And some of the work that the Cultural Commission does is done with the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport. The various interventions in DCAS, whether it's community conversations, etc., where we try and highlight that there is strength in that diversity, but that diversity must never be used as a means of exclusion. So when we say we want an inclusive society in our vision, it's exactly that, to try and highlight the importance of, whilst you may have cohesion within a particular group, that cohesion must not in itself cause exclusion of people who may not be of a same culture as people living in a particular area. So social cohesion and social inclusion are two different terms, and they sound the same, but they are saying different things. We want cohesion, but not at the expense of getting other people excluded. The Cultural Commission, with the work of the Cultural Councils Subcommittee, at times, because the funding that we have is very little, at times we do suggest, and we do that with the arts and culture organizations as well in DCAS, to say, so-and-so you are going to be engaging in a particular activity, so-and-so is also doing something similar within the area. How about you coordinate your activities? And it's up to the organizations to then decide whether they want to do that or not. But we do try as much as possible to create opportunities for cohesion within the various cultural groupings, which, like we are saying, must be celebrated for being different. Okay, I'd like to hand over to the Chief Director and, before I do that, the initiation. I need to explain the initiation. So the Initiation Reference Committee, which is in the Cultural Commission, is a committee that is the names of which are suggested by the initiation forums. So the Western Cape, unlike other provinces, works a lot with initiation forums and the traditional leaders within the Western Cape. And it is those forums which suggest names to sit on the Initiation Reference Committee. This Initiation Reference Committee has been a very important part of understanding what is happening on the ground and feeding into the Cultural Commission and making sure that the Cultural Commission is able to advise the minister appropriately with regards to the initiation practice. Subsequent to that is the Act, the Customary Initiation Act, which has now come into being. It has created a PICC. We've always had an informal PICC as the Western Cape. The Act has sort of formalized it and is very prescriptive of what constitutes or who constitutes the PICC. So, for instance, although the Premier appoints members of the PICC, the Act is quite clear that the National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders must deploy 2 members to each province. And then the Premier appoints based on the recommendation of the National House of Traditional Leaders. Likewise, with the representation of local government, we do that via SALGA. Representatives from the Western Cape government, it's very prescriptive of who and which sectors must be represented in the PICC. And this is a coordinating structure. And above it is the National Initiation, what is NIOC? National Initiation Oversight Committee, which then has looks at all initiation practices throughout the country and makes sure that the coordinating structures within the various provinces are working effectively. But key to us is the initiation forums and the local traditional leaders that we've been working with prior to the Act coming to being, and they are the main implementers on the ground of the initiation practice. Hand over to the Chief Director for the remaining. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HUD. Just in addition, in terms of the indigenous groups that we support in regard to the programs, if you look at the report as well, there's several groups that were supported through the Cultural Commission, of which the Kochukwa Khoisan Tribal House, they had a restoration and humanity conference. The Gaurika House of Cultural Organization, they had outreach youth awareness to rural areas. So also through the Articafia, we also promote the indigenous dances and to ensure that the promotion, the preservation of the culture and the heritage is preserved by the community themselves in providing support to them. In regard to the risk that the member was asking in terms of the insufficient rental income to cover expenditure on maintenance for facilities. So as reported and as reflected in the report, the department through the WCCC has also embarked on a feasibility study to chart the path forward for sustainability. So the feasibility study came into our office yesterday. So we will be looking at the recommendations going forward. And the recommendations basically came from input from stakeholders that gave input into that. So we are happy to put forward recommendations following the internal review and the approval of that study. Then we are also looking through the WCCC to look at the tariffs that will be revised, as well as in terms of the usage policy is to be reviewed, and the department in terms of infrastructure assist the facilities with major upgrades at the facilities. So they basically are funding that support in terms of maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe one possible resolution for us to note is for the committee to go and look at some of these facilities before the upgrade. And then again, if some of us come back in the next election cycle to go look at it again, or in our private time to go there. Members, are there any other questions on the annual report for the Western Cape Cultural Commission? Member Kama?
No, thanks, Chair. Quickly, Chair, I just, if the department can just talk to us about challenges that it might have faced in terms of your initiation sites in the year under review. I know in Stellenbosch, there's a, I don't know if it's concluded now, but there was an ongoing court case around this. But also on page 5, or no, page 7, Chair, the commission, when it comes to capacity constraints and challenges that are facing the entity, it highlights that there is a shortage of permanent personnel at the facilities. I don't know what is the impact of this on the operations of the entity, but I just want to check how is the department responding to that capacity challenge. Thanks.
Thank you. That's the last question for this, and I'll hand over to the HOD.
Chair, the Chief Director will deal with the shortage at facilities, shortage of staff. I will deal with the first question, and I think Chief Director will cover the 2 and 3. So the first one around initiation sites and challenges. So the matter of initiation sites is a difficult one, which DCAS tries as much as possible to facilitate between the communities practicing initiation and the landowners. So the Act says that the initiation principle of a school or the structure that is conducting initiation, if it's a forum, must enter into an agreement for use of the land with the landowner, and the landowner must provide consent. So the landowner has the discretion to provide or not to provide consent. One of such sites that we've had a serious challenge with, which ended up in court, was the Idas Valley site in Stellenbosch. DCAS, throughout the journey of what happened in the year under review, supported both the municipality and the initiation forum concerned to try and come to an amicable solution. The matter that was being raised by the city of Stellenbosch was the risk of fires and the risk that it posed to the city, which is a legitimate concern that in terms of the law, should a fire break out and damages the property of private property, the city, which is the decision maker, would be held liable for that. And the fire, what do they call those structures? The fire, it's structures across all the municipalities that manage the outbreak of fires. They have representatives from the fire departments, they have representatives from the landowners, be it farmers, be it estates or communities. And these are the structures that manage the outbreak of fires and make sure to prevent fires breaking out. And they were saying to the University of Stellenbosch, I mean to the municipality of Stellenbosch, that they do not support a decision by Stellenbosch for initiation to happen there. Mind you, Stellenbosch has been allowing initiation to happen there for 25 years. Stellenbosch has been the most progressive municipality in working with initiation forums until the incident last year. We then brought in the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and they mediated as well, together with our colleagues from the public entity called Cape Nature. Cape Nature was able to make alternate sites available, but the initiation forum felt that they were not appropriate for what they were wanting to, for the initiation practice that they were undertaking. But the Western Cape government, together with its entity, the Cultural Commission, as well as the Cape Nature, are making alternatives available. The community then has to decide whether these alternatives work or not. The municipality has the right to say yes or no, and any other landowner has the right to say yes or no. And this one was a very unique situation. And is in the city of Cape Town, the challenge is mostly communities overtaking land that is normally used for initiation and illegally occupying it. That's the challenge we've been dealing with in the city of Cape Town. The Stellenbosch one was a unique one. We've never had a situation where initiation is not allowed to happen because of a fire risk. And like I said, Stellenbosch had been very progressive. They put in bylaws. They had initiation happening there for the past 25 years. So there are now talks currently between the initiation forum in Stellenbosch as well as the municipality. And we are hoping that they find each other before the season starts, which effectively, in essence, started 2 weeks ago in terms of preparations. And some of the boys will start going up to the mountain if some have not already been. So it normally officially begins in November, but the prep begins well before November. So we're just hoping that the parties find each other and that the matters that are being dealt with in court are resolved and hopefully as much as possible dealt with out of court. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Just in terms of the shortage of staff, I'm also going to ask the CFO to discuss that. We are in a financial cliff as it is, and we had to freeze some of the posts. So I'm going to ask CFO to give a response to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Director. So perhaps I should just give you an indication of the model that we currently have. So for the public entities, within the public entities, we do not appoint staff. So they do not have their own establishments. All the staff that supports the public entities are appointed by the department and they are on the department's establishment. So with the fiscal decline, obviously, we all are faced with these challenges and the fact that it had a severe impact on our COE ceiling, which in fact limited us, to 4 vacancies. However, that is mitigated by EPWP beneficiaries because we do get dedicated funding from Provincial Treasury and National Transport and Public Works to be able to appoint EPWP beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Murray, is that a new hand or a follow-up question?
Yeah, that is a follow-up question.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to just diverse a bit here. The outdrawn Kango Caves that the Western Cape has now given it over to the municipality there to manage. Is this committee satisfied it's handled much better than what when we had it and under our control? I would like to know, do you regret having given running of that Kango Caves to the municipality there? If not, why not? And I want to know also why I don't see any involvement of the indigenous people who actually lived in those caves. They're nowhere to be seen. I just see white staff there, and I don't think the white ever lived in those caves. When tourists get there, who are they met with? Who welcomes them to the caves? Why are not employment created for the people of the area? Thank you.
Very much. So that final question from Maria was around the ownership and management of the Kango Caves and who gets employed there.
Thank you very much, HOD. With regards to the Kango Caves, if we go back to around about 2015, when the municipality at that stage was placed under administration, the challenges that were faced at that stage was that there seems to have been, the revenue generated by the Kango Caves went into the coffers of the municipality and then has been utilized for purposes within the municipality, and not necessarily all of it went to the Kango Caves itself. That has had some effect on the conservation measures at the Kango Caves. But subsequent to that, the Minister of Cultural Affairs and Sport appointed a board of trustees to provide further oversight at the Kango Caves. And the department has been liaising with the municipality quite closely with regards to the governance measures. We have noted an improvement in the governance and financial management at the caves. What the department has further done is we commissioned a feasibility study last year to look at the potential for public-private partnership. And we've also commissioned a feasibility study to look at the costing for conservation measures at the caves. These have recently been completed and will inform the department's way forward in consulting the municipality on the management of the caves going forward. But as it stands now, the employees at the Kango Caves are all appointed by the municipality, and the day-to-day running is still that of the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further hands for the report on the Western Cape Cultural Commission. Thank you very much, members. And since Mr. Janse van Rensburg was just talking, we will now then go over to the Heritage Western Cape report. So we are again tabling the entire report. We are now on Heritage Western Cape. And this report again is also available in all 3 languages of the province. So members, if you can just give me an indication if you have any questions, just by raising your hand. Once again, I see Member Kama.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was sitting at the back because I didn't want to be the first one who asked the question. But Chair, I think the first one, I will start with the question that I had asked. I did not really get the answer around. There's a question I asked around cultural facilities, and I spoke to the spiritual side of the Griqua group. So if Heritage Western Cape, I don't know if this was raised, because I think that's part of the questions I had also asked the group as to did they engage with the Heritage Western Cape around, having this this land, being declared a heritage site or whatever way possible. But the question that I have, Chair, on page 6. On page 6, I just want to understand the objectives of this fixed capital property development team and its composition, and whether the participation of Heritage Western Cape is in this team is not compromised in terms of its independence. And the other question that I have on the organizational structure on page 16 is just a clarity around the vacancy of the assistant director on planning, policy, and research, and what would have caused that vacancy, and perhaps an update if that was filled. Thank you very much, Chair.
Very much. I'll hand over to the department while we wait for the other members to catch up.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies, we did miss that other question, and Michael will respond to it now. I'll just talk a little bit about the fixed property, and Michael will finish the rest, and then also Michael will do the one about the assistant director. So at about 2018 or 19, the Premier set up what at the time they called the War Room, and subsequently we changed that name. And the purpose of it was we had identified that one of the biggest challenges in resolving complex problems within the Western Cape government was the silos. So a member of the public would need to go to various departments as part of one process to get approvals. And the one department would not know what the other one is doing or what responsibilities they have within the same project. Over and above that, there was a lot of red tape in all of these departments. So the idea was to get everybody who is relevant in the same room. And then the second step was to then use a methodology called the fishbone method. It's a Harvard-developed methodology, and we had the support of people from that institution, which is problem-driven, not solutions-driven. So you take every complex problem and you break it up into its various problem areas, and then you find solutions to each one of them. And for each problem you identify, you rank it in terms of, does the committee have the capacity to make a decision on the matter, or and in their language they use authorization, or does authorization sit in elsewhere, so that they then are able to make the decisions immediately on the things that they have the power to make decisions on and pass on the other things. And they color code these. It's a very efficient method, and is now, we are pushing it to be the default method for decision making within government. It's called a problem-driven iterative process, PDIA. And then one of them was then set up for fixed property, because we were finding that there's a lot of role players, the city, development planning, DCAS, a whole lot of public works are involved in the supply chain or the value chain of getting development going. And each of the various components was having its own interventions, and some of which were interpreted as red tape. And the idea was to bring all of them into the room in an environment that does not need to compromise any of them. So everything will still have to follow the necessary routes, but much more efficient, and with everybody understanding each other. So it even has SARA, which is a national body, sitting within this fixed property team. So I'll hand over to Michael to just cover a little bit, especially as CEO, he must respond to that question of whether he's compromised in participation in the PDIA, and then also cover the rest of the questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. Maybe just to quickly answer that last question, whether the CEO would be compromised in being part of the fixed capital property team or the PDIA. I think the short answer is there that the CEO does not take the decisions when it comes to heritage applications. We have a council and a committee structure, and all applications go to council or the delegated subcommittees where it's discussed. It's a panel of experts, and then the resolution is taken there. The CEO is not an official member of these committees or council, and only reports thereto, and obviously implement the actions by the council. I could just emphasize, I think, also what HOD has said in terms of the benefit or the usefulness of the fixed capital property team. It has definitely assisted HWC in enhancing its services and building its capacity, assisting us with identifying inefficiencies and reducing red tape, and especially has helped us in our intergovernmental relationships, especially with the city of Cape Town. Yeah, so I hope that answers the question. With regards to the question on the provincial heritage sites or the protection of heritage sites, relating to the question on the Griqua community. So anybody can nominate, regardless of who owns the property. Anybody can make a nomination to Heritage Western Cape to have a site formally protected. HWC in the last year also went and published a call for nominations to encourage members of the public to make such nominations. These nominations are then considered by the HWC's IGIC subcommittee. And if the nomination is found to be a site of historical significance, that site could then be formally protected as a PHS. There obviously will be also public consultation and consultation with the landowner, etc. But something like that is possible. HWC is also now in the next financial year, in 2024-25, especially allocated a new APP indicator to publish calls for the communities and public to nominate potential sites as PHSs, just to assist with that process. And then the third question on page 16 with regards to the vacancy. Yes, the vacancy was advertised and filled. But as it sometimes works, it was another official within the department that applied and turned out to be the successful candidate, resulting now in another vacancy elsewhere, which will follow the recruitment process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And just one other matter I had forgotten earlier in a previous question. I was battling to find the name of these organizations that manage fires on the initiation. They are called Fire Protection Associations, FPAs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Murray, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Members of the committee, I just want to know what is your action plans regarding the act which was passed by National Parliament on traditional leaders and Khoisan Bill? How much of that have you already tried to make it possible for the Premier to take decisions regarding recognition of certain indigenous communities and bringing them up to a status to equal that of other Nguni tribes, where their chief leaders, senior leaders are recognized, they are even given budgets, and they have the capacity to manage their affairs. But I can't recall seeing any progress with regard to the Griqua or Namakwa communities in that respect. Do they have an office? Do they have a budget for them? Is there any talks between you and national government about it? Or is this law, is it just a law with there's no urgency about it? I'm talking about the indigenous law of Khoisan Bill, whatever you call it now, traditional leaders in Khoisan Bill. How much of that has already been implemented? Has any work been done on it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to the department.
Thank you, Chair. It's the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. The Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act is still very much in place, even though the Constitutional Court did declare it invalid, but they've suspended the invalidity for 24 months to allow Parliament to reenact the legislation in a constitutional matter, in other words, consulting more. So the Act is there. In terms of the Western Cape government, this act has been allocated to the Department of Local Government to be in line with other departments of local government around the country. As you know, in Western Cape, we are the only Department of Local Government. In other provinces, you have a COCTA provincially. And the Department of Local Government has already allocated funding to this act, funding for appointment of researchers to assist the work on the Commission on Khoisan matters when they've completed their work, and to help the Premier make the correct decisions in his report that he would then provide to the National Minister following the work of the Commission on Khoisan matters. The work on Commission on Khoisan matters has already begun. They've already hosted at least 2 roadshows in the Western Cape for communities to show them how do you register as part of this recognition process. And it will close in March. I think it's March 2026. It's supposed to open for 2 years, 2024. I think it's 2024. And communities have these 2 years to lodge their request for recognition. And then the commission will then do its work, and coming out of its work, it will then make necessary recommendations to the relevant Premier, who then submits these recommendations to the National Minister of COCTA. So that work is underway, and communities are quite aware. In provinces where there have been traditional leaders already recognized in terms of the acts before the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, yes, the traditional leaders at various levels are provided resources and tools of trade to be able to conduct their business. And the expectation is the same for Western Cape. If coming out of this process, there are officially recognized Khoisan leaders that will come out of it, they will be given the same tools of trade as prescribed by the law. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Mare. Is that a follow-up question?
Yes, sir. I'm really pleased, but I'm also concerned about the response. Why isn't it in the report? I mean, if I didn't ask a question, this committee wouldn't have been made aware of whatever is happening to that, and we cultural affairs. So that should have been part of the report just tabled, isn't it? I'm just curious to know why the committee considered it unimportant to even put a footnote about the progress in terms of that act.
I think, Member Murray, if you remember last year, we had the very same discussion and the HOD gave the same response. This was by an ATC that came from the Office of the Speaker when the bill was referred to Parliament, and also during the public participation process on the legislation. It was also done by COCTA and not by this committee. Although some of us sat in on those public participation hearings, I remember we were in this chambers one evening, quite late, but it wasn't a DCAS specific bill. It was referred to local government. So we are all very aware of it. And I think it's something that's been on our agenda since I've certainly chaired this committee. If I could maybe just ask, one of the challenges highlighted on page 6 is that the primary responsibility of Western Cape Heritage is the management of grade 2 heritage resources, and the grade 3s is the responsibility of local authorities. What is the status of capacity at local authorities to manage those heritage resources of local significance, and what's being done to increase capacity? Because in my estimation, it's obviously a resource drain from your very limited budget already. And then if I could also ask around the process of delegating functions to local authorities, sort of where is that process now, and what type of delegated authority does a local authority like the City of Cape Town get, for instance? And I shouldn't say this out loud, but I used to be a councillor in the City of Cape Town, and our focus wasn't always on the protection of heritage. Our focus was on growing the economy and creating jobs. So from and in most city or municipal departments, heritage approval and planning approval will be in the same department, or sometimes heritage will be with environment, and it will take them 6 weeks to get the application when the planning process has already gone quite far. So what capacity exists to also handle the extra delegations? And is it only going to the City of Cape Town, or does it involve other local authorities as well?
Chair, the CEO will answer, but I just couldn't help when you're asking what capacity. So the City of Cape Town has been declared competent by HWC, but how are they getting their capacity? They are poaching from HWC. So the City of Cape Town is really positioning itself to get ready to deliver on this, and Michael will just take us through to the extent of the agreement that we have with the City of Cape Town. But what they've been doing is taking our staff. Every time we appoint new staff, they get experience, they get taken, and we are happy because they are going to be there to support this process. So does Drakenstein, has taken some of our best, but I'll hand over to Michael to just talk through where they are in the process with the City of Cape Town, and then maybe a little bit about Drakenstein. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. So again, maybe just to explain in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act, we've got the 3-tier system, the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Tier 1 is the heritage resources to be managed by national, so that's SARA. Tier 2 is your provincial authorities like Heritage Western Cape, and Tier 3 is your local authorities like your municipalities. Now, HWC has been managing Tier 2 and Tier 3 resources for the past 20 years in the province. We have walked a road now with the City of Cape Town in particular, as the majority of our Tier 3 applications which we process comes from the City of Cape Town. Like HOD has said, HWC has found, in terms of the legislation, that the City of Cape Town is competent. And so they do have the necessary competency, skills and resources to process the Grade 3 heritage resource application. So that's considered to be of sites of local significance. It is true what HOD is saying in terms of we've lost quite a number of staff recently through the recruitment drive of the City of Cape Town and also SARA, I think, which is perhaps a feather in the cap of HWC, because obviously it was deemed to be a good training ground. But then we'll also have to now follow recruitment processes and training for the new staff. Our focus has been primarily on the City of Cape Town and to a certain extent Drakenstein, with getting them to take over the management of Grade 3 heritage resources, because, like I said, the bulk of applications come from the City of Cape Town, or within the City of Cape Town area, rather. We're also seeing them as sort of like a case study. If we can get the City of Cape Town specifically to take over the delegations for Section 34 of the Act, then we could use that as a blueprint for other municipalities to also follow and implement. And to a certain degree, it might then be easier for them as they have an example to follow, and there's obviously less applications that they will be dealing with. Maybe just lastly, the delegations of Section 34 is also just one of the strategies that we've been working with the City of Cape Town. We have developed 7 strategies to assist them in taking over the management of Grade 3 heritage resources. One that you may have seen in the public space recently is on the exemptions clause in the National Heritage Resources Act, where we do a survey of a particular area and we identify the heritage resources in that area, and then everything else becomes exempt from the Section 34 clause, and then development, for example, can go on in that area without having to apply then for the necessary permit. HWC managed to declare such an exempt area in the last year, and we are busy now working with the city on a further 7 such areas. The idea is that you eventually are able to work through a municipal area and have all of these heritage areas declared and also the exempted areas declared to assist with the management of grade 3 and 2 and 1 resources in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think since you are such a good training ground, you might have to come to the CFO to get deeper pockets, because I suspect the City of Cape Town is paying them more. But just to follow up in terms of the competence of the City of Cape Town. So you're saying on the one hand that you've handed certain responsibilities over to the city because they've shown competence. But on page 15, it says there that Heritage Western Cape joined as an applicant to review a decision by the City of Cape Town to permit building within close proximity of a provincial heritage site. So on the one hand, we're saying that we trust you to make certain decisions, but on the other hand, certain decisions, again, infringe on the work of Heritage Western Cape in terms of protecting heritage site. How do you reconcile that? And then also, if capacity is being built within the city, what is being done to support the municipal planning tribunals as well? Because ultimately, that's where the decisions are made as well. And also, how do we create more awareness around what communities and what people understand? So, for instance, in my road recently, somebody wanted to put a block of flats on the corner, and we all got a registered letter from the City of Cape Town. But that letter sort of gave very little impact on the heritage value of the property that was being demolished. And everybody sort of in the neighborhood then was up in arms because it's an old house, and they all wanted to understand that. So the sort of the neighborhood association then had to do all of that work. And then also it's noted in the report that the installation of solar panels is now going to be considered minor works. In light of the recent fire at the Vodacom headquarters and the city's drive to get people to have solar installed within the regulations, what extra protection is being put in place to ensure that accredited solar providers are used and that you don't sort of cause an unnecessary fire risk by trying to mitigate the impact of load shedding?
Thank you very much. Maybe just on the last one, on the solar panels, the reason why we've put in a process that's considered or minor works process is to assist with the processing, the speed of which we are able to process these applications, like you've mentioned. However, heritage, we only process and consider the heritage impact and heritage significance with these applications. Fire prevention, that type of thing, would fall in the realm of the City of Cape Town and not necessarily heritage. With the support to the municipality, just to clarify in terms of the competency, so they've been declared competent, but they don't yet manage their grade 3 heritage resources. All of those applications still come to HWC. So there's a second step now that needs to happen. The fact that HWC have said, City of Cape Town, you're now competent, you are able to process the application is one thing, but the city must actually now physically take over the processing of the applications. They have the resources to do so, and HWC can certainly assist. We meet with them on a quarterly basis in order to discuss this. And like I said, we are working very closely with them on the other areas, like those 7 strategies, like I said, with the exemptions, where we've even now scheduled specific committee meetings to accommodate these exemption requests so that these can be processed faster. On the first question on how do we reconcile sometimes being at odds with the city, but then also wanting them to manage the heritage resources. I think heritage by its nature is sometimes a subjective matter, and what is of heritage significance to me is maybe not of heritage significance to you. And that is why we have a democratic system and a committee system and an appeal system and a tribunal system to make sure that things go through the necessarily public consultation process. Sometimes, as it happens, something gets approved or not approved, and then somebody only finds out about it later, and then it goes through the appeal system or it ends up in court. Obviously, from HWC side and the city side, we have developed a much better relationship and working together over the last couple of years. And in the interest of intergovernmental relations, we always try and sort things out before it gets that far. Then I think I covered it. Was there anything else that I maybe missed? Was that okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I see no other hands from. Now I see Member Murray.
Sorry, sir, but they just touched the nerve when they spoke. The last speaker he spoke about the heritage. You know, heritage is actually a possession, something you possess. But it might be, if it is not your responsibility at all, then I will withdraw the question, but give me a chance to ask you, do you consider land held in trust for members of the colored community through the Trankra Act as part of their heritage? Yes or no? And there are 23 areas in the Western Cape, from Genadendal to Wuppertal. There's a lot of them. Mamre, all of them. Do you consider those, because it's been held in trust for the colored community since 1909 under the Missionaries Act? Do you consider that as part of heritage, or are you going to say it's restitution claims? I don't think it's restitution. I think it's heritage. It belonged to those people. Can anybody venture a response, a quick response, whether you see this as not something that should be the responsibility of the national minister, but something which we should look at?
Thank you very much, Member Murray. I'll hand over to CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, firstly, apologies to the member. I did not intend to touch a nerve. But just to, I think, reiterate also what I said earlier, any community can nominate an area that they consider to be of heritage significance to Heritage Western Cape to be declared a provincial heritage site. And if that area is also deemed even of national importance, it can even be escalated to the South African Heritage Resources Agency to be declared a national heritage resource site. So I think we need to separate restitution, land ownership, and that type of thing from something having heritage significance, because regardless of who owns it, the site can have tangible or intangible heritage, and that would then obviously be considered by HWC should we receive an application in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on the annual report for Heritage Western Cape? I see no hands. I just want to check, Wasim, did we receive any requests for members of the public to ask any questions on the public entities?
No, Chairperson. None received.
Thank you very much, members. That then concludes the three entities of the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports. We are running a little bit ahead of time, which is good. I'm now going to say let's take a comfort break and grab some coffee and tea and be back here at 10:02. If that's okay. Sorry, HOD?
Chair, I neglected to mention at the beginning, I did not see them come in, but I see the chairperson of the Cultural Commission, Mr. Nokwaza, is here. I just want to check the other members. Okay, we've got Ms. Kani from the Heritage Western Cape, and I think I saw Ms. Lentz. Oh, they're both behind me. I did not see them when we were doing the introductions, and I think they had not yet walked in. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. It's actually very good timing. I'm now then going to ask, is there any input from the chairs that are here? Anything that you'd like to add in addition to the forward, or any specific risks that that you've would you like to bring to the attention of the committee? And you don't have to worry about touching nerves. We like nerves being touched in this committee.
Thank you, Chair. I think just an addition from my side in terms of, I think the question was asked in terms of which institutions do we work with or do we partner with in terms of promotion of Indigenous languages. And I am proud to say that we worked with the Department of Correctional Services this year with the literacy competition. And because we published the new edition of the Nama booklet with the English and Afrikaans translation alongside the Nama language, we have distributed 140 booklets to the Department of Correctional Services. And for next year, the Department of Correctional Services will now include the Nama language as one of the competing languages for the Funza Mzansi literacy competition. So I think that's a big milestone, and I'm happy that we part of that.
And nothing from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Chair of the Cultural Commission, anything that you'd like to add?
Sorry. Morning, everybody. Nothing much, because the head of the department, the chief director, and the MSc, I think they've almost covered all the work we're actually doing. Except to say, what is quite worrying, and then right now, I think who head of the department alluded to the question of the initiation. We know for a fact that it doesn't squarely fall within the mandate of the department itself. But however, in the previous years, before the enactment of the current act, the department was doing very serious interventions, which were very successful. And then as a consequence, and then the trauma associated with initiation was quite minimized, and also fatalities, and then due to the actual circumcision, and then they were almost at zero, except that then there were few other fatalities which were not directly, and then attributed to the actual circumcision. Then I think that's something because the health department has actually made a mention of the fact that previously the initiation reference committee, which was actually instituted, as a subcommittee of the commission, was dealing with this matter, advising, and then the MSc, and then the official Comm quite appropriately. But I think we definitely have to actually, maybe the health department and the MSc, consider reviving, and then the initiation reference committee, and most probably, and then resourcing a bit so that it can actually maybe can explore as to how can it address the situation. Otherwise, the situation is quite dire. The structures, and then we're not all on the same page around various issues of compliance. And as a consequence, and then the Western Cape may be seen in terms of the act not to have complied, and to have had, and then illegal, and then initiation schools. But the head of the department and the staff chief directors, and they are dealing with that. We're trying to assist in whatever manner we can, but it needs almost everybody to apply his mind on that issue, because it has got the potential of actually backfiring, and also damning all the work we have done as a province in terms of ensuring that we practice this ritual in a healthy and safe, the same manner, and that I think we definitely have to, because it could actually backfire big time, especially if we don't apply all our minds into it. There's legislative impediments, but obviously we have to find a way of making the point, irrespective of that, and then the initiation, and then the initiation of our boys and grandchildren happens in a healthy and safety environment as it used to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's certainly something I think we as a committee will keep an eye on as well as we head into the season. Colleagues, we'll now break for a quick refreshment break and a comfort break. There are some tea and coffee in the members' lounge, or in the lobby on the right-hand side. And then we will be back here at 10 to. everybody. We will take another break in about an hour or so. But that was just a little comfort break for those of us who were stuck in traffic for quite a bit this morning because we came from far, but we are back. Before we continue, I just also would like to say on behalf of the committee, a very warm congratulations to Honorable Peter Marais and his wife Bonita, who the past weekend celebrated their 58th wedding anniversary. So congratulations to you, Member Marais. We all know the reason you're working from home is because you're getting nice treats on the side. So congratulations on 58 years.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I appreciate the kind gesture by congratulating me. I'll convey the message to my wife, Bonita.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm now going to table the main annual report for the Departement van Sport en Culturele Sake, Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports. We're going to go, remember, Comm wanted us to go page by page like we do in social development, but it takes about 3 hours to get through one section. And I suspect the reason we go page by page is because some members only started reading it that morning. But we're not going to do that. We're going to go in the section. So we're going to table part A, which is pages 5 to 30. And also that includes the opening statements made by the Minister and the HODs. So if the members can just give me an indication of whether they have questions on any of the pages, starting with page 11 to page 30. I will start just on page 13 in terms of the indicators that are set. Something that sort of has bothered me since I started looking at this is the indicators set for all departments are national indicators. Are we seeing more and more challenges in trying to make those national indicators fit into the provincial priorities? Because I think sometimes they're different. So if maybe if the department can indicate to us whether there's been challenges in meeting the national indicators and whether there's a match up between the national indicators and what national wants us to perform in with the budget that national gives as well, because in order to meet those indicators, you need the financial means to do so. So if we could maybe just speak to that. And then I see Member Kama, and then we'll come to the other members.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm actually going to, I had questions on page 11, 12, and 13, but I think I'll try to make it a comment and a question through you, Chair. Also looking at the remarks that were made by the minister and the HOD. You know, we've had this debate, Chair, around the vision of this department and what generally the provincial government seeks to achieve using the department. To such an extent, I think in a recent debate, I quoted what the HOD would have said in one committee meeting around being intentional when you budget, because every time I look at the report of this department, I try to see how possible will you be able to achieve all of this with the budget that you have. I struggle really to get an answer on that. And linking, Chair, because you know this past weekend and the many other weekends when South Africa goes out there and win, you see that it is quite possible to unite the people of South Africa through sports and other cultural activities. But it has to come with the funding, you know, and not be once-off thing. You know, we're united now, all of us. We're hugging people that we do not even know this past weekend in the fan parks. But we appreciated what brought us together. Now, I just want to get a sense as to, because when you look at your challenges during the year on page 13, you note the economic and fiscal environment. But what would it take, HOD, for us to be able to, because when I made this note in the last debate, I was called into order. And I was told that I'm involving you in a debate and you can't answer for yourself. And gladly I withdraw. I did withdraw that sentiment. But what would make us to come to a point where when we deliver a report, we say we do not have, so that me and you and other members here were able to together make the noise that this department is not adequately funded? You know, sports development, 200 million or plus that, is it sufficient to make sure that we present to each and every child who happened now just on this tournament of World Cup to know about rugby, but in the environment they come from, there's no development of such a sport, and government were able to intervene in that space? So that's really what would it take us really to write it down and say we need more funding actually for these posts. And the viewpoint, Chair, as I close there, is that I was saying, imagine if the 1 billion of law enforcement empowerment leap was given to this department for sports and recreation, what would be the impact of that? So just that's the comment that I wanted to make around those pages. Chair, for now, I'm going to just ask one question, which is on page 29, which is the last question on this section, by the way. There's a point that we and some of the members who have been making around, because there's quite a responsibility that the department is given in terms of heading the transversal youth development for the province. Now, I want to check in terms of your organogram, because part of the calls we've been making to the Premier is that there must be a youth directorate, maybe situated in the office of the Premier or even in this department. Do we think that it is sufficient for this organogram for us to best coordinate all the initiatives that are looking at youth development in the province? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Kama. On your first point, I literally wrote next to the page that deals with the vision, I wrote vision versus budget. So I think we're all on the same page. And hopefully if Member Bartman's budget committee passes the budget legislation, the members will have a better leeway in changing departmental budgets. Because I think ultimately we also have to take responsibility for that, because we discuss and deliberate the budgets. And I think we need to push back stronger when those budgets come and highlight the work that this department does around preventing young people from ending up on the streets. If I look at just reading through the report and looking at the numbers that have come out of the last quarter, more than 35,000 young people have been impacted by after-school programs, and young people have been involved in sports, and those are young people that we're keeping away from gang recruiters. Just a question that I have with regards to the State Information Technology Agency. So there was a delay in terms of obtaining the electronic signatures, and there was also another delay in the software that's used to manage libraries across the province. So is CITA the only agency that can procure the software, or is there scope for the department to go elsewhere? And then I'll hand over for that first round for responses, and then we'll come back to the members.
Thank you very much, Chair. Start with the national indicators. Not all our indicators are national indicators. And the National Department does, on the sports side and on the library side, provide funding to help support delivery on the national indicators. Where we do have challenges with National Department is, and this is all the provinces, is the articulation of the indicators. Because sometimes when they are not well articulated, they could cause unintended consequences when it comes to audit. And so we've been having these engagements. We just had another engagement, all the provincial HODs with the Director General 2 weeks ago, trying to address these differences that we have in the language used by National when they articulate their TIDs as well as the indicator itself. So that's where we have most of the challenges. And sometimes the resources that have been allocated to a particular indicator are not enough to deliver on it. But beyond that, I think their indicators are relevant and are aligned with the vision of the Western Cape, because the social cohesion is one of the key areas that, as a government of the Western Cape, we've highlighted as important, and the National Department is pushing social cohesion as their key driver. I think it's number 6 in the national key focus areas. Number 6, as a safe and cohesive society. That is what their focus is. So the alignment is there. It's just technical articulation of indicators so that we all understand each other when we are providing the data and delivering on the indicator, that when it is being audited at a provincial level and being audited at a national level, the same language is being used and the same understanding is being made. With respect to the DCAS budget, I think this time I'm going to limit what I say so that Member Comm doesn't quote me in another committee, but I will say I agree with your sentiments, and I think all the members do. What we've tried to do over the past 3 years when we go to MTech, and we think I think our message is landing, is we've tried to point out to Western Cape government that we are spending a lot of time, and the language you've used, we are spending a lot of time mopping the floor and very little time turning off the tap. And that the work that DCAS does, if you just, I'll give an example. If you gave us 800 million to do something that has impacts in the outcomes of another department, if you gave that department the same 800 million, they will never be able to achieve as much as we do with that 800 million, because where they focus is at the symptomatic stage, whereas where we focus is at the preventative space. We prevent things from happening. If our work is supported and supported well, you're going to have less 20 to 25-year-olds on operating theatres every Friday and Saturday. But the instinct of government across the country is to say, we've got too many youngsters on operating tables. Let's give more money to the hospitals so that they have capacity to operate. And that indirectly communicates that we've given up on them. They will be stabbed. Don't worry stopping the stabbing. Just focus on building capacity that side. It's unsustainable when you consider that the budget is only going down for all of us. So for going down for health, going down for social development. Whereas if you just take a little bit out of a 28 billion budget and put into a sub-billion budget, the impact would be exponentially different, depending on where the intervention is made. And what will it take? It's the change in the focus. We just need to wear different lenses for this. To say, even in the time of austerity, we need to bite the bullet and say, what is more important to us is the outcomes in 5, 10, 15 years. What is happening now is happening now. And we will continue to do it and support those who are in trouble with the law. We're not saying leave them, but we're saying don't just do them. You do them and prevent others from being in getting to a situation where they're in trouble with the law. And understand that you are not going to see the results now. So when the 25-year-old is holding the gun to your head, that is the same 15-year-old 10 years ago that you did not think was important to invest in. So the outcomes are always a little bit later, and you just need to be patient and understand that prevention is better than cure. So it's just a change in focus to do both the fighting of the fires, but also the prevention. Right now, the focus is just fighting fires mostly. And then the organogram. So the organogram can be misleading. So the entire organogram in DCAS is youth. The key beneficiary of the work that we do is around youth, although DCAS is for everybody. But the bulk of our interventions impact children and youth. So the whole of DCAS is positioned for youth. But it's definitely not enough. Since 2012, when the Western Cape government started managing its COE, like the other Western Cape governments, DCAS has obliged and cut and cut and cut. We've now cut to the bone. But what we've been able to do, which makes people think it's easy, is that we've been very successfully able, my airtime is finished now for English, successfully able to mobilize partners in the ecosystem. So we work very well, more than any other province, with NGOs. We work very well with our federations. We are the only province where the entire library service is done in collaboration with local government. And that is working very well. There may be a few challenges here and there, but we have a very good understanding with our local government and we deliver it in that way. Same with the arts organizations. DCAS does not have the capacity to do the work, but DCAS works with those like-minded organizations using joint agenda center to make sure that we achieve what we want to achieve and they also achieve what they want to achieve. And two, they are closer to the people that we are trying to reach. So it's the partnerships, which we call the managed network model, that has made us look good. In other words, we are doing well. But we have a budget of sub-billion. KZN is sitting at 1.5 billion, and Gauteng even more. And those are the provinces that we are normally compared to. But if you look at what we are able to achieve versus what they are able to achieve, it's hard to explain when the resources are so different. We do appreciate that they have larger populations, and the recent census has shown that, but we make our money go much further as a result of the partnerships. Then it creates that false sense that actually DCAS is well capacitated. It's not. So this organogram, which is the high level organogram, would need to be capacitated more, especially at the lower levels, for us to be better able to service our youth. Right now, we followed the policy positions of the government, and our COE is in check. But it's really, I think someone said, it's not even cut to the bone. We are now cutting the bone. We are just like all the other departments are struggling just to make sure that we manage the expectations of our staff. They are being asked to do much more with less support. So we're managing mental health of our staff, managing their expectations, and still making them to be excited to come to work, even though they are being required to do a little bit more because of the austerity measures that we are undergoing. So I think I've covered that one, Chair. And then the CETA one, we have been talking with the national department because the library contract is secured by the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture on behalf of provinces through CETA. We have raised the alarm about SLIMs for a very long time as the Western Cape because there are alternatives out there. So the city of Cape Town uses a different, the city of Durban uses a different one, and it's a very efficient system. But the National Department decided that provinces would be on this one. But now the chief director responsible for policy in libraries is now, I think they've turned the corner and they've seen that this system is is not sustainable for the management, especially of large library assets such as ours. We have over 6 million assets that we are managing with this system, and it doesn't have the capacity to manage them as assets, but also give us some intelligence on what's happening in the various branches, whereas other systems are more advanced and are able to do that. Without mentioning the names of those systems, but the one that the City of Cape Town uses. And if we could, as a country, move away from this one, it will really make a huge difference. Unfortunately, we still have to go via CETA. It's under special conditions where maybe representations or applications can be made to see where a province can go on its own and procure certain services, but the law is quite clear. Certain procurement processes within the information technology space has to go via CETA, and we intend to do that, but we trying to make sure that our national department moves with us, and as provinces we are making that case. The Free State is on a different system, I think, Cecilia. But KwaZulu-Natal is with us, and all the other major provinces are with us on this very risky SLIMS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we can get the City of Cape Town system for free, so we don't have to pay any money. Member Murray.
Thank you so much, Chair. This is something that we should give much more attention to than just rumbling through figures. Our youth, uncontrollable. Our youth feels neglected. I know, I was raised and I lived in Kensington. I lived amongst gangs. I went to school with gang members. The gangs, the youth never attacked communities. They fought each other. I know the Kasbah gang, the Globe gang, the Destrians, all those gangs. They were there, like we today say, is the home guard. Each community had its own gang, and they don't allow any burglars or robbers to enter their township. Then we fought those gangs to keep them out. They never turned against the community. We should ask, why did gangs, as we know it today, start terrorizing their parents in the community? Because we neglected them, because they must starve as kids, because they haven't got sports fields, no sports facilities. When I grew up, Mr. Chair, each township had its own swimming pool even. I remember Factoryton, Kensington, all those places. They had their own swimming pool, municipal swimming pools. We had netball courts, we had soccer fields, properly fenced up and protected. What's happened to all that? We had boxing clubs. Shoko had boxing clubs for amateur boxers. The youth had something to do with their lives, something when they come from school to look forward to. They got nothing now. Our priorities have changed. We should do some re-examination of our own priorities in this country. The only thing we think of is land and housing, land and housing. We've forgotten about our youth's needs, and the youth has turned against us. I want this committee to look into the matter. How can we turn around the tide? Turn around the tide before it's too late. The tide where youth turn against parents, where youth got guns and they kill parents. They shoot each other. This is a serious matter. When we talk about youth matters, it stirs, it hurts me, because I know what youth was like when I grew up in the 60s. I know what youth was like. We were fun-loving, going to weekend bob sessions and dancing the night away. Nobody attacked nobody. And I want serious attention to be given to youth. We must re-look at our strategy. What are the risk factors here? Why does youth turn the way they do now? And we must stop looking at NGOs, because NGOs are all politicized. I know many of them, they belong to one or other political ideology. And we are being colonized by these NGOs. which the political parties can't achieve. They tell their NGOs to fight for march and protest, and then we follow the NGOs. The NGOs were never elected by the voters. We are the elected representatives. We should come up with the ideas. I'm sorry if I go on this trend, Chairman, but when you talk about youth, it hurts me. It strikes a blow in my heart to see how our youth are killing each other and killing even parents. So we need a better strategy on how can we turn the tide of young people turning to gang leaders.
Thank you very much, Member Marais. If I could then also just ask, is there a plan to update the Western Cape Youth Development Strategy of 2013? Are there, Member Pretorius?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, to the Minister and the Department, congratulations on your 11th unqualified audit. Chair, page 31, the last page of Part A, at the top of the page makes reference of the proclaimed province-aided museums. And since I spend a lot of time in Swellendam these days, the Drosdam Museum obviously comes up there. And the financial relationship is one where a subsidy is available for maintenance of museums. And then I refer you to page 104. In the middle there, where the amount referred to is 808,000 rands. And then also at the bottom of the next page, there's a very generous EPWP transfer that took place. Incidentally, this figure, 808,000 rands, is one of the highest, if not the highest, by the department to museums, excluding the Wheat Industry Museum. Now, I happen to have a love for old buildings. That's a personal interest. I don't know when last, and by the way, I must interrupt myself. Thanks for all the work that went into the George Museum, where I hail from. It's really a shining beacon. But I'm sorry, I can't say that about the Drosdam Museum in Swellendam. I don't know when last anyone of the department has been there. The exterior of course, it's located in more than one building, but the exterior of the main building in Voortrekker Street is really, it's not very welcoming, let me put it that way. And what I basically want to know is, Chair, what mechanisms are in place to see that the money that is donated or transferred for maintenance and operations is actually spent appropriately in the right places? Thank you.
Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, a lot was said about budget, so I just quickly pulled up some of my budget documents. And I just want to make a comment regarding what some of the members have indicated. Out of the 81 billion rand budget of the Western Cape, we give just under 30 to health. We give just under 30 to education. So that's 60 billion out of the 81 gone. Then we give 10 to infrastructure, gone. So now we're at 70 out of the 80 billion. Then we give 3 to mobility, 2.5 to social development, and 2 to Premier. The rest of the departments, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, including provincial parliament, has to end up sharing 4 billion rand out of the 81. Currently, National Treasury, National made a public wage agreement of 2.9 billion rand that the Western Cape has to carry. Currently, the Western Cape government has not been paid back for 2.9 billion rand. And just for anyone who might be interested, what that might mean is you would have to cut the whole Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. You would have to cut the whole Department of Economic Development and Tourism, Agriculture, Police Oversight and Community Safety, and Local Government. Another example is if you have to cut the whole governance sector, which is Premier, Provincial Treasury, Local Government, and Provincial Parliament, that is plus minus 2.9 billion rand. I think also what is noteworthy is in the previous main budget, Gauteng received 120 billion rand in equitable share. The Western Cape was the 5th biggest or 5th lowest at 59 billion rand of the equitable share amongst provinces. Perhaps that will change. Who knows? The MTBPS is being tabled tomorrow by the National Minister of Finance. Hopefully, and the hope is National will come and say, Western Cape, we're going to pay for the increase of the public wages. And hopefully, as a general, they will also say, provinces, actually, we don't need to bail out as many SOEs as we do. We're going to give extra money to all of the provinces and increase equitable share. And that is something that we definitely need to fight within the Division of Revenue, especially since I quickly pulled up the Division of Revenue in the main budget, and the MOD program of this department was cut by the National Department. And I just want to get my figures correct here. It was cut by minus 31.47% from the national grant figures, and the library services grant only increased by 1.7%, which was way below inflation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So what we did not hear there is that DCAS gets even 1 billion. And of the 875 million that DCAS gets, it still gives some to the Premier to add to his 2 billion. So maybe we don't need the Department of the Premier. They can just give it to DCAS. Can I check if there are any other questions for this part? No, then I'll hand it over to the HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Bull is going to answer the question on the updating of the 2013 policy, and in responding must cover the norms and standards and the work that we've done to assess the Western Cape government programs. And then the subsidy on the museums will be covered by Michael. I think the points made by Member Bartman are noted and scary. And also Mr. Member Marais' comments on youth, I think he feels exactly as we feel. Because we work with youth, we see every day what they're exposed to, and ours is to not fight gangs. I don't think that's our mandate, but ours is to offer alternatives to gangs. And the more you flood the system with alternatives coming from DCAS and other similar departments, Department of Education, then the choice making for the youth becomes slightly different. Right now, the gangs are more appealing than we are because we don't have the capacity to be everywhere. But if we follow the logic of how we believe we should focus our budget to focus on the preventative elements and get more and more children in the after-school space engaged in after-school activities, there's less children then exposed to the lure of gangs. We only have 181 mod centers. We could be having way more than that. But it's just the budget limitations and Chair, our new director, which I neglected to introduce, Ms. Manuel, where is she seated? There, he sees with the responsibility of getting a new model for the mod centers that will allow us to grow in a fiscally constrained environment. So I'd like to hand over to Ms. Bull to start and then Michael to close off. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So there are plans to update the youth strategy. It's 10 years since the strategy was written, so it's due for an update. What we've done is we have done 3 things in preparation for that. The first is Provincial Treasury gave us a small allocation to assess all the Western Cape government major youth programs. So there were 14 youth programs that were assessed against the norms and standards to see to what extent they were applying the norms and standards and where there could be improvement. That report has now been submitted to Treasury. And each of the individual programs got feedback on where they could improve and also what best practice they existed in the province for us to be able to leverage. The second thing is that we held a number of future insight workshops with young people to look at what their thinking is about the challenges and what the future might hold and what the challenges for that could be, to inform what the strategy needed to cover. That was facilitated by .P, and they were held at the Go Beyond conference that took place, and a report was written up from that. The third thing is through the Teta Youth campaign, we got young people's perspectives on the key challenges and also what some of their solutions are, and that has been written up as well. Those will form the key inputs into the revised draft of the strategy. .P will be driving that process, and it will be done straight after the new provincial cabinet comes in with a new youth strategy. But all the pre-work for it has been done, and I think some of the big changes that we're likely to see in that is recognizing the shifts in the economy with the focus on digital, which has come out as a key thing. Recognizing the importance of mental health and the challenges around mental health and the support that young people need around that, and general well-being, and that links in with the MUD and some of the other work that DCAS does, but just recognizing that well-being unlocks a lot of other things for young people, and so that's a second key thing we're likely to see. And the third key thing that came out of that is how we continue to create opportunities for voice, because young people want to feel their voices are heard in different ways, and that's a continuous process. Thank you.
Chair, before Mr. Janse van Rensburg, I'd just like Ms. Manuel to just add to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. So I think, we really appreciate the members' sentiments on youth. We all believe that it is really important. So from our perspective, we run a MOD program, which is an after-school program. So the after-school program is an attractive, it's a safe space where youngsters want to come. So what's important is ensuring that the programs that we offer responds to the needs that the youth have. What's also important is that many of our coaches themselves are youth, so they're young leaders who are passionate about sports and about the arts arena as well, but creating safe spaces for these schools. So there's the MOD program, there's also the neighboring schools program. So the only difference being that a MOD program will have 2 coaches, while the neighboring school will have 1 coach. So it's all about creating safe spaces and role modeling. I think what's also important, we focus on the life course of the citizen. So offering them opportunities at an ECD level all the way to the elderly also cohort, so creating opportunities for them as well. And it's all our youth coaches that lead those activities. And I think importantly, expansion is going to be premised on the issue of partnership and building the relationship with NGOs that share the same values that we do, and that relationship is a partnership, but not only a funding relationship. So it's only through those partnerships and also with the corporate sector and CSI and tapping into ESG goals and so forth, where we're going to try and bring more resources on board to strengthen the program and expand it. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you, HOD. Thank you very much for the question on the Droste Museum. I think we share the love of heritage buildings and to properly take care of them. Maybe just to explain the difference between the George Museum and the Droste Museum firstly. The George Museum is a provincial museum which is owned by the department, so we're fully responsible for that museum, the governance, management, day-to-day operations, etc. And so, in our planning and with the Department of Infrastructure, we plan necessary maintenance and that type of thing. The Droste Museum, on the other hand, it's a province-aided museum, so this one doesn't belong to province. It essentially belongs to the community and governed by a board of trustees. And this board of trustees is then responsible for all aspects of the museum. The department plays a supporting and partial funding role with this museum. As with all province-aided museums, we give them an operational subsidy which covers about 1 to maximum 2/3 of their operational costs. The rest is then fundraised by the museum itself through entrance fees or donors or that type of thing. And ultimately, the governing body, the Board of Trustees, is then also responsible for the maintenance of its buildings. I do know that the Droste Museum did a few years ago, I think, receive funding from the Rupert Trust that helped with maintenance of the building. How we monitor the money that the department gives is through a memorandum of agreement, which stipulates what they need to submit in terms of reporting, like financial statements, audit reports, quarterly reports, that type of thing. And to further provide assurance that the money is spent on for its intended purpose, with the relatively recent amendment to the museum ordinance, the department now also has a representative on the board of trustees that assists with that. But I think we can definitely look into it with the Droste Museum to see when last, in terms of the maintenance plan of their building, have they done the required maintenance and that type of thing. So we'll look into that. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, we're now going to move to the next section, which is Part B, pages 32 to 139. Maybe I'll start off just in terms of page 37, language services. What is being done to promote sign language and the active use of sign language outside of government events? And I think maybe just to add there, I was very grateful that most of the award ceremonies that I've been to, especially the Cultural Affairs Awards, where the MC is actually a sign language sort of interpreter. And that has opened up to other events as well. So people have come to the Artscape, they've seen Jabbar there, and now it's being taken up at other events as well. So the question is sort of, what are we doing to promote that across Western Cape government events? And also what's being done to encourage the Western Cape Education Department to include that sense of inclusion into the schools program as well. And while you answer that, we'll give the members some time to catch up. Member Bartman, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is the first year that I read the annual report in Afrikaans, so if my page number is different, please just let me know. But in my Afrikaans, page 48 of the annual report referring to the archives under point 3, I'm hoping it's the same page. But if not, it speaks to the fact that over 5,000 researchers essentially visited the archive with just about over 4,000 queries in terms of research. And obviously, previously this year, we've been on oversight of the archive, and we know that the archive, they're trying their best to digitalize a lot of that documents as quickly as possible. But there is lack of storage. It could be going faster, and they have the new equipment. And one of the things that was raised was, okay, what is the next step in either expanding the building or finding extra space for archiving? Because that was a concern from the team. And given the amount of people that are using the Western Cape archiving system, there's a clear need in order to try and expedite some of the procedures. So if we could just try to understand what the next step is, or where we could assist, because I know that a plan was submitted in terms of the building expansion as well, where that is in the particular process perhaps now, since that particular oversight as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My first question will be on page 42. It's just a clarity around the cases of fraud or corruption. If we can just get details what misconduct was being investigated there. The second question is on page 59. On page 59, last paragraph. I think it also, we take it from the discussion that we had earlier, Chair. So around arts development and promotion. And the last paragraph is, I think it's explaining how the socio-economic challenges, it talks about the socio-economic challenges, and then it talks about the programs that the department is doing. And I'm aware of partnerships, perhaps with, you know, some of the theaters, even the artscape. But I want to check, how is the department ensuring that the communities that we want to ensure they have access to these services do have such an access? Because I think I once, I most of the time receive funding, you know, the public thinks we are also having a budget somewhere to give to them. So I receive assistance, request for assistance from, because I think there's a group even in Hermanas that had to, I think there's a program at Artscape where they perform and they are chosen, and then they come and do a performance at the Artscape, but they have to bring their own audience type of a thing. And they must pay for those people to travel from Hermanas to the Artscape. Now, how do you expect a small arts group that does not have any funding to transport people from that area to this side? So how is the department looking at those issues to ensure that access to these programs is adequate? The last one for now, Chair, on page 66, the last row there, I see on financial and administrative support to affiliated museums. I note the underachievement of 2, and the reason given is that transfer payments were not made to Elands Bay Museum and is it Blombos Museum, as funding was not required. Can you please explain that as to why was the funding not required? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. If I could maybe ask on page 44, if we could just get a little bit more information on what the managed network model is to expand and deepen the reach within the arts and within arts, culture, and language. And then in terms of the collaboration with local government, what oversight mechanisms are in place to ensure, specifically around libraries, that once a grant is given to a local authority, that is spent appropriately? And the reason I ask that is earlier this year, we were at the Kannaland municipality at the Ladysmith Library, and the chief librarian informed us that the manager responsible for libraries, or the executive director responsible for libraries, is in charge of employment of staff. And that as the head librarian, she only finds out when the staff come to report for duty. And sometimes it's people who are not qualified librarians. And then there's also issues around access to the library. So the political enemies of the managers are not allowed to use the library. So what mechanisms are in place to ensure that sort of DCAS has oversight over how that money is spent? And then also staying on libraries and specifically looking at conditional grants, has the issue around the VAT attached to conditional grants been solved, where there's an expectation that VAT has to be paid on conditional grants? And maybe you can expand a bit more on the impact that has had on DCAS and DCAS's finances. When you're already getting so little, now you still have to give SARS some of it as well. Then we'll take the last one from Member Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, page 42, The Western Cape Museums Ordinance Amendment Act took effect on the 1st of April, and particular clauses came into effect during this financial year. One of those is the auditing of province-aided museums by professional accredited auditors. Now, being mindful of, and thank you for Mr. Janssen van Rensburg's explanation about province-aided museums. Has this taken effect? In other words, has it been implemented? Are you happy with the arrangement? And how are these accredited auditors appointed? Are they appointed by the governing body, or who appoints them? Thank you, Chair.
Just want to, before you arrived, dear Member Pretorius, but we were responsible for that change because we processed that amendment. So yeah, if it's not working, then we are to blame. But I'll hand over to the HOD and the department.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm busy allocating questions on WhatsApp so that my colleagues don't get surprised. Khadija will cover the one on sign language. Nomaza will cover the archives. The CFO will cover fraud and corruption. And Michael will cover Blombos, those two new museums, and then Cecilia will cover the two library-related questions, and I'll do the managed network, and I'll do a little bit of the community art centers related question, and then Carol, I miss anything. So I'll open with those, all the colleagues prepared to respond. I'll start with the managed network. So the managed network in the work of DCAS is not new. It's just now being applied across the department. It's where DCAS works with organizations or institutions or bodies which have different, similar goals as DCAS and are interested in the same outcomes as DCAS. These can be in government, they could be in the private sector, they could be in the NGO sector. And then it gets DCAS to then oversee a network of partners, not organizations that it funds, because we are changing the relationship. It seems like some organizations think we are a lottery, but actually we are partners. You come to us with funding to do something that will improve the outcomes within the community and in line with our vision. We need to support you as much as possible, but also make sure that the funds, the public funds that you receive, are being used for their intended purpose. So that is the managed part. So it's a managed network. It also creates an opportunity for us to link them to each other, because a lot of the organizations are duplicating effort, doing the same things in the same community, but not talking to each other. And we've been able to do that quite successfully to improve the outcomes. In the arts and culture space, it's new. So in the arts and culture space, most of the interventions that you would see happening in the communities are being driven and being delivered by our staff. And we are saying you need to now step back. You are dispersing just under 20 million a year. How are you ensuring that that 20 million is doing what it's supposed to do? And how are you changing your relationship with the beneficiaries so that it is not just a funding relationship? So that is the shift, and we're thinking that will definitely improve the reach of the department. So that's the context of the managed network. And then with the arts and culture organizations, we have a funding program, but we've also within the policy for funding built in a space for ad hoc requests. So requests that come outside of the funding cycle, arising out of emergencies or whatever the case may be. An artist needs to travel to a different province to perform in a competition, or whatever the case may be, and they would not have known by the closing date. So we allow for various opportunities for organizations to come in and request funding outside of that. We also have decided that we want to capacitate the community art centers and also reposition the libraries as community art centers, because not everybody can perform in Artscape. So Artscape is like our Broadway, you know. Everybody must build up to be able to get onto that stage, and only the best get onto that stage. But there's got to be spaces where the build-up happens. And that's where community art centers come in, and that's where libraries as community art centers also comes in. So we've got just over 20 active community art centers in the Western Cape. We've taken all the community art center managers and we crafted a program together with the business school of the University of Stellenbosch, and we put them through this. It covers various aspects from fundraising to governance to how you run an institution. Very comprehensive course, and we've developed a course material for all of these various components of the course. There's 6 components. These are available to anybody else who's outside of the network. So any organization that functions in a similar way can download these off the CACNet website and use them. We've supported that, and we are saying we want to build the community art centers as these platforms that communities are needing to have before they go there to places like Artscape and Baxter, etc. Then with the libraries, if you look at the library in Swellendam, it's already beginning to follow the model we want our libraries to be. So a library cannot be a place where people check out books. A library is a space of literature, and literature is both in written form and performative. Literature informs stage plays, literature informs music, and therefore a library is an art center and should behave as one. So in that library, you've got artworks, art exhibitions that happened so when you come in on the walls, it operates as a community art gallery. It has a performance space that can be used for meetings, but also for performances, and also some space outside. And we are beginning to get other libraries to begin to see that you cannot just be a space for exchange of books. There's got to be a space for expression and creative expression, so that communities are not only looking for places that specifically are community art centers in the way we understand them, but that libraries, and we've got 375 of them, we'll move from 20 community art centers to 375 plus 20 if we're able to change the way libraries operate their spaces. So that is the next step that we are moving in, and it will allow our libraries to be more sustainable, but also for municipalities to have an in to support them, because municipalities are responsible for community art centers as well. It is part of their mandate. So they will be able to support libraries and have no conflict. So I'd like to hand over now to, I think we had agreed that Khadija will go first and then the colleagues will follow thereafter. Okay.
Thank you, HUD. So Chairperson, the department has always prioritized South African Sign Language and the needs of the deaf in all our programs, even before the Constitution Amendment Act was passed, which was, I think, the beginning of this year. We provide South African Sign Language interpreting to Western Cape government departments, such as, for example, the Premier's Digicons. We also provide support, and one of our best clients is the Department of Health. We provide SASLI support for the disability awareness sessions, as well as the Western Cape government interviews where required. In addition, for the year under review, the department also used the services of 3 freelance SA Sign Language interpreters. We don't have SA Sign Language interpreters in-house. And then currently for 2023-24, because of the passing of the Act, what we are doing in terms of taking the support forward, we have provided basic SASL training for frontline Western Cape government staff within the department, as well as externally with other departments. This was done in June 2023. And our intention is to roll it out further later on in the year, but now with austerity measures and budget cuts, it has limited our the impact that we wanted to make. But we're looking at additional training next year. And the training that we've done is with in collaboration with PanSouth Western Cape. We have a very good relationship with them, and we work very well with them, as well as DEFSA, who actually conducted the training. And then in addition, we also provide South African Sign Language interpreters for our various projects. If I can maybe just mention, in fact, Chairperson mentioned the cultural awards, and I wanted to just flag that. We had a Deaf MC, and we also provide sign language interpreting for our sports awards. In addition, last year, 2022, we had a Deaf Awareness Month event where we launched the first bilingual Sasol dictionary, and I think HOD also mentioned the network network management model approach, because language, we don't have a big budget. We depend on the collaboration with other organizations. So for this Deaf Awareness Month, we partnered with the Western Cape Language Committee, Iziko Museums of South Africa, as well as the National Institute for the Deaf to roll out this project, as well as PANSAL. We also had the Youth Day event in 2022, where we collaborated with, again, the Language Committee as well as Iziko Museums. And here we also focused on the youth, and the event was, the theme was promoting sustainable livelihoods and resilience of young people for a better tomorrow. In addition, we celebrated International Literacy Day through an event in partnership with the National Library of South Africa, Centre for the Book, as well as the City of Cape Town Libraries and the Western Cape Department of Education. Chair asked about the collaboration that we have with the Western Cape Education Department, where we hosted a grade 5, 6 and 7 spelling bee competition. And as I indicated, it was in observance of International Literacy Day, and the theme was transforming literacy learning spaces. And then finally, Chair, International Mother Language Day, we also celebrated in partnership with the Language Committee, Cape Peninsula University of Technology. We do work with other universities. And in the Indigenous Language Action Forum is in Iziko Museums of South Africa, again PANSAL and the Western Cape Education Department, where we again hosted a grade 4 isiXhosa spelling bee competition. And the theme was multilingualism education, a necessity to transform education in a multilingual world. Thank you, Chair.
Just going to switch places with Nomaza. Thank you, Nomaza. So with regards to oversight first, so we sign very detailed business plans with municipalities annually against all the transfers that we do. These are quite detailed. It even would mention the post and the funding per library. And we do monthly expenditure reports for them to see if the expenditure is according to those business plans. We have quarterly visits to the municipality with the CFOs and the library managers, the municipal library managers. And then we also do visits to libraries. In a case where we pick up that we've had it in other municipalities as well, where maybe a library manager, paying for a library manager, but they're working in the HR section of municipality or something, we would address that. It's in breach of the MOA, as well as the business plan. We've not had a case where it's not been resolved like almost immediately, but if we need to, then we would escalate to HOD to take it further with the MM. With regards to the appointment of staff in the libraries, unfortunately, we're not involved with that because that operational function is with the municipalities. But there are very clear municipal guidelines and frameworks for each position in a library that states their qualification and the years of experience. So if they don't do it according to that municipal regulation, they're actually in breach. Where we are alerted, then we would try and assist. But yeah, we're not involved with the appointment of the library staff in the public libraries. So that is for the oversight mechanisms. With regards to VAT, Provincial Treasury has now requested the municipalities to perform internal VAT assessments because the National Treasury stance is that VAT is payable on our transfers because we haven't formally assigned the service. We are in the process of formally assigning through updating our legislation, and then we will assign after that. But while we're in that process, Provincial Treasury has now requested the municipalities to perform an internal VAT assessment and then to seek guidance from SARS themselves. They've also requested municipalities to request a VAT ruling, if applicable, and do a possible S72 application to exempt the library function. To date, no ruling on the library function has been made yet, so we don't know what the outcomes would be. But Provincial Treasury is constantly in contact with National Treasury. And now that on the 18th of October, where we've passed our draft legislation that we are in the process of writing, Minister Wenger indicated that she will proceed to draft a letter to the Minister of Finance to address this issue. So we've not had any municipality being requested to pay VAT yet or any ruling on the matter. So yeah.
Chair, I think the other matter to mention is that we have already been to Cabinet for an in-principle support for drafting of the legislation, and Cabinet has given that. And we've already, in that submission to Cabinet, we, I think it was on the 18th, yes, we also tabled a draft of the legislation. So we are very advanced in the process of getting that legislation done, and we are having a committee made up of legal services, provincial treasury, and our department. And we are working frantically to make sure that we meet that deadline, which is the March 2025. And we think we are on track to meet that deadline, so that by the time SARS makes up its decision, we've already quite far down the line with our legislation. We're not sure how far the other provinces are, but that's from our side, that's how far we are. I'd like to hand over to Nomaza.
Thank you, Shodi. In terms of the archives building and the expansion or extension of the building that we requested, at this stage, we don't have any, I would say, answer in terms of what is going to happen. However, during the financial year in May 2022, the risk of inadequate physical space in the archives was escalated to a provincial risk register, because for many years, it's always been in the risk register of the department, and it was a high risk within the department. But we then had a discussion, and it was agreed that maybe there's no understanding that the actual issue of the storage of archival records is a broader provincial challenge or risk, in the sense that it's not only a TCAS issue, because the records that we keep are all the records of the provincial departments, the ministries, the provincial, the municipalities, and the public entities. So that is the function and the responsibility that we have as a province. So it was escalated. We then follow up with the Department of the Premier, the colleague that is responsible for that. We've got another meeting set up now for the 17th of November. However, in the meantime, we are continuing to request funding. Just recently now with the MTech process, we did highlight the risk again, and the challenges linked to it. We've got quarterly meetings with the Department of Infrastructure, because the funding that was allocated prior to 2019 was allocated to the Department of Infrastructure for this project. However, in December 2019, the project was put on hold indefinitely. So we continue to have those discussions and also include the request in the user asset management plans, the UMs that we submit on an annual basis. What we've also done, as the archives or as the department, we said maybe we need to create more understanding of the function. And in doing so, we then published 2 articles. One was published in the Cape Librarian of July-August 2023. The other one was published in the For You magazine, creating this awareness about the archives function, and hoping that the powers that be can then understand, and hopefully where funds get available is an understanding of availing the funds. What we do on our side as the archives, we continue to do the inspection, the records inspection in the governmental bodies, so that to understand what is the state of the records, how they are kept, and we keep on also making recommendations in terms of how they should be kept and some of the protective measures that can be put in place. In terms of looking for, we have thought of other options of looking for accommodation for the archives. But I must say all the possibilities go back to having the extension in the site that is in 72 Roland Street. The reason for that is even if we can get a space, there are all kind of other aspects that we'll have to look at. Some of them include our national standards that are there. For example,
if you get a building, you need to customize it so that it also accommodates the strengthening the floors so that it can accommodate the weight of the records. You also need a lot of other aspects like the security, the cleaning service, the staffing, environmental aspects that are linked to humidity and climate in terms of under which records should be kept. You also have to have fire detection and suppression systems. So with that, and also the link between the functions, the records management function and the archives function and provision of access, you then, the current staff that we have in the archives can continue to provide those functions. Definitely, if the big building is bigger, we'll need more staff. But in the meantime, while waiting maybe for funding for staff, the current staff members can still provide those functions with the enhanced access to records that are currently sitting in governmental bodies. Thank you.
Then, Chairperson, linked to the inspections which we've intensified is to prepare a document, a publication rather, which is going to be called, what is the name of it?
The State of Records Management in the Province.
State of Records Management in the Province. So it will go to each accounting officer to say, we've assessed all the records under your responsibility, and this is the state, and these are your areas of improvement. Because if we cannot get a building, we need to at least manage them in situ, so that by the time the building comes, we are not inheriting the material wherever it is has got to be maintained at the same quality as would be required when it goes to an archive, both in terms of material quality, but also in the way the records are managed. So it's not a name and shame report. It's a report to alert the accounting officers that this is your responsibility and this is the state of your records under your control. Thank you, Chair. And we have one more, Michael.
Thank you, HOD. I'll address the question on the transfer payments to Blombos and Elandsbay, and then also on the accreditation or accredited auditors that audit the province-aided museums. On the Blombos and Elandsbay Museum, they did not receive their normal subsidy for operations in 2022-2023 because these two museums weren't ready to receive the funding operationally. They were fairly recently affiliated with the department. These are local museums, and the intention behind them is to act as interpretation centers for the Cradle of Human Culture project. With the museum in Elandsbay, for example, they first had to sort out their lease agreement with the municipality that owns the building before the seed funding that department gave to them could be fully utilized to install the exhibition. Now, I'm happy to say that that happened now this year, and that exhibition will be launched on the 20th of November. Similar in Blombos' case, they weren't ready to receive the operational funding, so for that reason, we didn't give them in the last year. Then on the accredited auditors, the short answer there is yes, it has been implemented. The province-aided museums, they appoint the accredited auditors through their procurement processes. They have attempted to do so on a regional level in order to get better quotes and also to get auditors with the necessary experience that can audit their GRAP financial statements. What has been very helpful in this regard has also been the assistance from the AG, that even though these museums are audited by private audit firms now, the AG is still assisting in providing some oversight to make sure that the companies appointed has the necessary credentials and so on. Thank you.
Then the last one is the question around the case relating to the alleged fraud. So basically, it was an allegation of where the person alleged that someone is stealing our books in the library books, in the library services. So it was theft of library books. That was the allegation. It was investigated by our provincial forensic services, and it could not be substantiated. and the case was closed subsequently. Thank you.
If I could just maybe go back to the issue around the provincial archives and maybe ask the HOD, where on the provincial risk registry is this? Is it at the bottom? Is it at the top? Is it the Premier gets 2 billion in for the Department of the Premier? So sort of what work are they doing? And post the 17th of November meeting, can we then call the Department of the Premier and the Department of Infrastructure to ask for an update? And then also, is there scope to get some money from national for this? Specifically because a large quantity of records currently kept at the archives is also records that belong to the Eastern Cape. So is there scope for maybe send a bill to the Eastern Cape for the amount of space that they're occupying, and also maybe through a specific national grant, since there's a new minister now, maybe to ask if they could pay for the expansion of the archives.
Thank you, Chair. So it has been escalated to the provincial risk register. I will have to check with the Director General at which stage that they are in terms of the mitigations, but there is a meeting between the Deputy Director General and the provincial archivist to take that forward. So that is the first step. The Department of Infrastructure has been on our side. In fact, when we tabled it in May to be a provincial risk register, the tabling was supported by a presentation by both myself and HOD Gooch. So I think what happened was the priorities within the government, and particularly in the Department of Infrastructure, and the shrinking budgets meant that it had to fall off. It was already on the budget. In fact, we were just waiting for construction. The plans are done. It was just a matter of going out to tender, appoint a contractor, and start. So it's that close to happening, but it has to happen. There's no other way. The digitizing and the born digital records is something we are only starting now. For the rest of the records, they are originally paper-based and should remain paper-based for them to have their authenticity as archival records. In terms of Eastern Cape, Western Cape, the records we have do not belong to the Eastern Cape. They may cover the Eastern Cape, but they do not belong. Likewise, the National Archives may have archival material that covers stuff that happens in other provinces. It does not make it the property of those provinces. So it is still our responsibility to look after. Although the Eastern Cape has come to us to see these records, they saw how they are stored, and they said, "Thank you very much. You're doing a very good job. Carry on doing that good job." And we will look for other ways of accessing. So what we've started doing is digitizing the Eastern Cape records as well, so that people from the Eastern Cape who are wanting to access these records can do so digitally. So there's no need for us to migrate any records, and we are happy to continue to look after them because they are not owned by the other provinces and are the responsible of the Western Cape Provincial Archives, even though they cover other jurisdictions. Nomaza, have I missed anything? Have I missed anything? Yes. National used to be at, Nomaza used to be at National, and she's best placed to respond to that.
Thank you so much. At the national level, what we've tried as the archive sector, we tried to apply for a conditional grant for all the archives because the whole sector has got different challenges. When I was in Pretoria, as Shoti said, we did approach National Treasury requesting around 2016-17, requesting the conditional grant. We already did a whole process of asking provinces to cost different aspects. However, we were also not successful with that. We have resuscitated that process, I think, just before COVID. to again approach National Treasury, because the approach is that the funding would come from a national source, as it is with other grants. But again, it was, I would say, bad timing in terms of again having the challenges of the economic challenges. I must say, at this stage, there is no hope of us getting funding from national, specifically the National Archives, because they are also in the very same situation as the Western Cape. The National Archives itself has run out of space. They have been looking for funding. They have recently went for a feasibility study, but now they are at a point where they have the estimates, but they don't have funding. But we continue to have these discussions because we've got quarterly meetings with national and the provinces. We recently had one last week. We continue to talk about it and look at all the opportunities and possibilities where the funds can be available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a little internal giggle when the HOD said that the archives does not belong to the Eastern Cape. That's maybe a letter you need to write to the MEC in the Eastern Cape, because the last time I read about this issue, the Eastern Cape said they want their records repatriated. So there might need to be a conversation there around shared resources. Members, can I get an indication if there are any other questions on this section that we are on at the moment, Part B? I see Member Pretorius and then Member Kama, and then we'll go to Member Murray.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a question. It's just on page 65, subprogram 2.1 under management. Just want to commend the department for creating 156 extra jobs over above the targets that they've set themselves. This was for EPWP and for jobs created through arts, culture, and heritage programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my first question would also be some sort of a follow-up on the challenges that we get at the libraries. I think earlier this year, we visited Ladysmith Library in Canaland municipality, and the challenges that we had to listen to there were really shocking. And we're asking ourselves, how can the department allow the municipality to do this with the library, if you remember, Chair? And we were also told it goes to an extent of some municipal, whether politicians or what, I don't remember, but would say this one is not allowed to enter the library, and all of those funny stuff. So I just want to check if you were, because I think there was someone from DCAS at that meeting, whether these challenges were raised with the department and were they resolved, especially around the challenges around staff. The other question that I want to have on libraries, on page 75, where it talks about libraries with public internet access, and there I assume that all libraries do have access to internet for their own work, but I want to check as to how many libraries that do not have access to public internet, and what timeframes are we looking at so that we ensure all these libraries do have this access. And when you say 4 sites planned for 2023, will replace the 3 closures, I just need the clarity there to when we talk about these sites, are we talking about the Willie Beans and the containers since there was a decision that you are not going to build any new libraries. The other question that I have, Chair, on page 82, it's around the issue of facilities. And it's quite a challenge, because you can have all these great plans about sports development, whether it's arts and culture promotion and development, but if you do not have facilities in those communities, there's little that we are going to achieve. And the reality, as we have always raised, is that in many of these communities that we wish to target, where the youth is at risk in terms of joining gangs, you have facilities that have actually even been taken over to be sites of these criminal activities, So I really want to get to a point of understanding what is the role of the department in that space, because when we asked questions around this, because at some point we were asking about facilities that would have been rezoned for other use, and I think this came when we were alerted to what was happening in Kukuletu, where a sports facility was now going to be changed to a health facility. So when we request the list of these, and then the response is that it's the municipality that must give us that those details. So the question, what becomes your role? Because here on page 82, you talk about a equitable share that you give to the municipalities for which is Stellenbosch, George, and Witzenberg. You have assisted them to maintain facilities. So I want to check what becomes your role, and how much of these equitable share for which purpose, and which are these sites that we had looked at there. Chair, my last question for now, it's around the school sport and the issue of the mod programs. On mod programs, I want to check if are there any plans of increasing the number of the mod programs, and with the school sport, it's also a question of funding. I know around the issue of school sports, there also there were these complications around who is supposed to fund what in school sports, and what we get the most is that you get talent that is identified through the programs that we're having, whether through daycares or the Department of Education itself. And you get people that are identified. Currently, there is a young man who is identified and is supposed to go for trials on football in Spain. But all these opportunities come with you having to pay for your traveling. And it becomes then a missed opportunity again, to these young people that you would have tried to give this opportunity. How is the department assisting in that regard? Thanks.
Member Murray, your hand was up earlier, but it's now down. Did you want to ask a question?
If there's time, sir.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm interested very much in researching land ownership since the days of Simon van der Stel and that. So I just want to know, are there private archives held, which is not in our archives, which is in the hands of private individuals? To my knowledge, Simon van der Stel was a colored governor at the Cape. First governor. His mother was Indian. So, although his father was white, but he was the first governor at the Cape. All those records of land allocations, etc., is that in our archives, or are they held by private collectors? Can anybody give me an idea of that?
Thank you very much. We'll hand over to the HOD and the department.
Thank you very much, Chair. Namaza will take the archives one. I am aware that some legal firms hold archives as well. And school sport, Dr. Bower, Maud, Ms. Manuel. Facilities, again, Dr. Bower, and then Ms. Sani will do the library, the two questions on the libraries. Who would want to go first? Richard? Oh, and that will be Daniel. Daniel for international competitions. Lyndon. Okay. You can go first.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll start with the first question about the facilities and our role within the facility sector. So in terms of Schedule 5A of the 1996 Constitution, all facilities belong to the local municipality in which they are located. So our role as the provincial government over the last 15 to 20 years has been to have a small budget of about 2 million rand that we make available under equitable share for any construction or upgrade of facilities. So it's not big projects of 10, 15 million that can be really constructed, but it's a contribution towards that. So that has been what we have placed in our budget under the sport promotion element. But to an extent that we are also responsible for the norms and standards of sport fields and facilities. So within the MIG component, there is a section where they have to use a percentage of the P component. And when that happens, we would have our facilities people go to make sure that the soccer field or the rugby field or whatever is being constructed is actually within the manual and the scope of that netball or cricket or soccer court or pitch or whatever it may be, because otherwise the municipality may be building something that cannot be used by the specific sport code. So we need to do that because different facilities also need different levels. So if you're going to be in the Castle Premier of the football, you're going to need lights, you're going to need this, you're going to need that. If you're going to do an international hockey match at Hartley Vale, you're going to need a specific lux of 1.5 that they need to do that. So all of those things are what we then as the department, as the sector department, we will come in, work with local government to make sure that the norms and standards are actually adhered to. Otherwise, you may find that they're building a facility only for training, pitch, or whatever the case may be. So we believe it's a very important role, both at MIG level, because there's funding at MIG, and there's also funding at COCTA. So municipalities are also allowed to apply for COCTA funding, and that COCTA funding normally within the province is close to 22 to 25 million, spread over a number of municipalities. So our facilities component would then engage. At each of the big facility projects, there has to be community steering committees that are established, and we would normally have either our facilities unit or the local office represented within those steering committees. So we see that as our primary role within the facilities component. We work with the municipalities to identify these areas, and at our level, it is still the Schedule 5A. Member Comm, you are correct that in terms of the rezoning, that is still within the purview of the municipality, and if they then decide to change one of their facilities, it is then very difficult for us to say, no, you can't do that, because we don't have that mandate or competence to actually do that. However, we normally do engage if a community approaches us, and we would ask the municipality, why are you doing X and not allowing the sport fields to happen? So that's the first one on the facilities aspect. And then I'll just go into the school sport. So in terms of school sport, there has been a lot of development in the last 3 to 6 months in school sport. So I'll start off by going back to May 2018. In May 2018, the DBE nationally and SRSA, as they were known at that stage, signed an agreement. And in that agreement, it was stated that level 1, 2, and 3, which is your inter-school and inter-school that you normally see when schools play against each other, that would be the mandate of the DBE, in this case, WCD. We, as the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, we would be responsible for levels 4, 5, and 6, which will be when you have district or provincial teams that must participate. We would be responsible for that, and therefore any teams that are selected at the Central Karoo level or at the Eden level, etc., when they compete, we would then take care of that, and when they have to play summer games or winter games, that would be our responsibility. On the 14th and 15th of September last month, a national school sport in Daba was convened by Minister Kodwa, and they reiterated that they are looking at a new policy for sport. They have not renewed by signing a new agreement. The agreement has now lapsed. The May 2018 agreement lapsed in May 2023. So what is the current discussion document is the following. Next year, there will only be one set of games, which will be the summer games. There will not be winter games. The 10 million rand that National sets aside for school sport will be divided as follows. 5 million for the school sport in December, and 5 million rand will be used towards the promotion of local sport leagues on Wednesdays. So we would have to work with the WCD to ensure that there are local leagues taking place throughout the province where there are schools enough to be able to compete against one another. All the operational aspects have not yet been worked out, but this has been the consultation processes that we've engaged with at the official level. There will be an opportunity for HODs to engage, as well as the MINMEX, where these matters will also be tabled and discussed, and if passed, it will then become part of the conditional grant framework. So essentially, following the national school sport in Daba, it means that there is now going to be a renewed focus on local school sport leagues within districts and communities. So the finer points will be worked out during the early part of next year, but that is going to be then a new era for school sport. The difficulty about kids that get the opportunities to go for trials is that our budget does not extend to assisting those particular individuals. We make funding available for ad hoc funding, which is when you get your Protea colors and you need to participate and represent the country officially, and we receive a document from SASCOC that is signed off by the CEO that confirms that you are going to a recognized tournament and that you are getting your Protea colors. We then make 10,000 rand available towards you. It's a small budget of about 500,000 rand. So essentially, we as a department do not have the budget to carry individual scholars or learners that possibly have the opportunity to play trials. It's a difficult one, but we have decided to maintain that you have to have Protea colors in order to for us to at least make available as a consideration some funding towards that. HOD, those are the facility questions, and if I could perhaps ask Ms. Manuel to do the mod now.
Thank you very much, HOD. Thank you, Member Kama, for the question. The immediate and short answer is yes, we'd love to expand our mod program. So we're currently only implementing in 181 schools, 2 coaches, and the reach is about 74,000 for the year. But we'd love to expand. So the question is, how do we expand? And that links to what our HOD mentioned around the network management model. So 2 sites we went to visit last week. So one in Gooks, for example, you have an NGO, Safe Hubs, running a sports facility. The location is ideal because it's directly across public transport system from the trains and linked to the school. So engaging in a partnership with them where all the mod centers and all the neighboring schools will utilize that facility. In that same facility, you've got a youth cafe, and that's organized by, social development. You've also got health that's put up a clinic there. You've also got local businesses that are operating from small workshops at the facility. And you've got youth selling coffee, for example. So it becomes an immediate safe hub for sports and activity. Another facility we went to visit is the one in Malmesbury. So there you've got a sports facility that was also funded by international funding, but to work with them where they expand their reach to the schools in the area. They also have a similar facility in Mokweni. So looking at those type of partnerships where the private sector comes and invests in the infrastructure, partnering with NGOs, not only to run sports facilities, but other programs as well, like the Youth Cafe, for example. So the Youth Cafe, and also looking to expand with the Department of the Premier and the Cape Access Centers to go into some of these hubs where youngsters can have access to the internet. So I think it's also important, for us as sports, we're also embarking on a journey of proving the case for sports. So I think we need to present the evidence around the benefits of sports, so the health benefits, right? So preventing non-communicable diseases, diseases and what we could alleviate from the health burden, but also the importance around psychological health. So an immediate study that was done by UCT and Discovery showing the benefits of your mental well-being. So with those benefits, building the case for why we need additional funding. But I think the short answer to the question, Chair, is yes, we'd like more centres, and we will do so through the establishment of an innovative partnership model. Thank you, HOD.
Yes, so with the Kannaland issue, we did after the visit and our first quarterly meeting with the municipal representatives, which was the CFO, the library manager, and various others, we did raise these issues with them, and we did remind them that we are fully funding them as a B3 municipality, and our policy or the law states that access to libraries is free. I mean, you cannot do that. And we have requested some more information, which from the librarian that was making that. But since then, we've not heard anything after that. With regards to the Rural Library Connectivity Project, so at the moment, we're at 300, let me just, I wrote it down, 332 at the year under review with ours as well as the City of Cape Town. We have on the 19th of October activated Stray Spy in Cape Agulhas, which makes it to 333. And then we've got 5 others planned, which is Versveld in Bergrivier, Molsvlei in Matsikama, Weltevrede, Swellendam, Witzenvallei, Witzenberg, and Wagenmakersvallei, Drakensberg. Many of these are what you call container libraries. We refer to them as modular libraries. So we do provide internet access at these points. The points that do not have internet access yet are things like maybe our correctional services libraries, which we have quite a few. We're not allowed to provide internet access at those. And then some of the libraries don't have the infrastructure, so there's no infrastructure in far away in the rural areas. So we've got the Broadband 2.0 project that's rolling out from November 2024, and we're working very closely with the Department of the Premier, and from that project we'll actually be able to connect more of our public libraries in the most rural areas. But we actually don't just provide the PCs for internet access, we actually provide the libraries with the PCs on the circulation desks as well, and we basically the ones that facilitate the internet access for that whole building or the library. So yeah, that's our LCP. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with the question on the collections that cover the areas of the Eastern Cape. Just to clarify that, prior to 1996, the archives function was centralized in Pretoria, and the Western Cape, the one that is Western Cape Archives now used to be the Cape Archives or a part of the Cape administration, which then covered the areas of the current Western Cape, the Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape. And then in the 1996, the function was decentralized. In the Constitution, Schedule 5.8 says archives other than national archives are an exclusive provincial legislative competence. The function was then decentralized. So the records that are here that are covered in those areas were received at the time that it was Cape administration, provincial administration, meaning that the Cape Town archives is the rightful place where they needed to be as part of the previous dispensation. And then they have already been now put together with the other collections, hence the discussions with the two provinces, Eastern Cape and Northern Cape, to say, because most people also know them from here. So, but we are making these alternative arrangements for provision of access. In terms of the records, What we term as private records from our side is the records that belong to individuals. So the records that we call them private records or non-public records, which is also part of our function. But the bigger responsibility that we have is the preservation and provision of access to public records, meaning that the government records. So yes, in terms of the records of the Simon Fadastel period, we do have those records covering the land issues. We have the records from the Council of Policy, which date back to 1652 up until 1795. We also have part of these records, we've got different kinds of records, including the journals and diaries of the early explorers. We also have land court and commissioners' records from 1822 to 1859, which cover or can prove the issues around land, which was provided for hunting, grazing, and loan farms licenses. We also have records from survey general records and receiver of revenue from 1682 to 1930. So we do have a variety of records that are covering land-related aspects and other records coming too. So the records that are currently sitting with individuals would be the private records, let's say a family and the records that are related to that particular family, and photographs and all, which some families do donate to us, but some will then keep. The other records that are currently sitting with the other departments are only those records that we are unable to take now because of the space issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, we're going to take another short break. There are some refreshments outside, but please let's be back. Yes,
Chair,
Member
can I
Murray?
just, before we adjourn, sir, I've listened very attentively to the responses, and I'm very delighted at the responses. But you know, records is there, but records can burn out like Parliament burned out. I want to know what provision, if we come back, you've made to make sure we don't have another case of some person coming and deciding, I'm going to burn out the archives. Risk management is the main issue here. If something can happen, it will happen. So what precautions are being taken to make sure that the archive records are not permanently destroyed through fire or burglary or whatever the case might be? Because that is our true heritage, what's written in court records and family trusts, etc., etc. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Murray. What we will do as well is, before I hand over to Mr. Ngayo, we will arrange another visit in the new year to the archives so you can see. I don't think you could make it to the last visit, but the archives is probably more secure than Parliament is. The records are housed in a prison, and they've also, while we were there, they were able to show us their fire detection technology and also the doors. But I'll hand over to Mr. Ngayo for the closing remarks on that, and then we will break and we'll be back here by 12 o'clock.
Yes, in terms of security, it's very secured. The security 24 hours. So in terms of burglary and cameras all over the place. And then in terms of fire protection, we've got a fire suppression system. Currently, when the members visited, the service provider was still busy finalizing the process. They have been now in the recent weeks, even over the weekends, testing and handing over the fire suppression system, which is going to be a gas, Energen gas that has been implemented. So our staff will be trained very soon, and then we take over management of that. So we can say at this point, maybe we can say we are 99% protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's break and be back here by 12:05. Welcome back, everybody. We are now going to move to pages 154 to 157. That's part D of the report. The other two sections we will deal with this afternoon at the Public Accounts Committee. So pages 154 to 157. Can I get an indication if there are any questions? I don't see any hands for pages 154 to 157. I'm going to ask again. No? Colleague, that then concludes our discussion on the annual report. I am then going to now hand over to the Minister and the HOD for any closing remarks. But before I do that, I want to check again. Wasim, we didn't receive any input from any member of the public for an opportunity to ask a question.
No, Chairperson. We did not receive any submissions or requests to provide submissions.
Okay. Mr. Mpiko must be sick. Minister, I'll then hand over to you and the HOD.
Thank you, Chairperson. Baie dankie. Ek wil net vir verseker dat ons, elkeen van ons wat hier is, elke amptenaar, myself en almal in die departement van kultuursake en sport, dra werklik waar ons gemeenskappe op die hart. En elkeen doen nou extra myle om 'n impak te hê op ons gemeenskap. En ek glo dat hierdie departement die heel belangrikste is, want sonder hierdie departement kan ons glad nie voorkomende programme hê nie. En ons het regtig waar ons het net gesien die naweek ook met sport, hoe verenig sport en spesifiek nou met die Springbokke, hoe verenig sport en ook kultuur. Ek wil net sê Operalia is ook nou in Kunste Kaap aan die gang en hoe dit net almal bymekaar bring. En baie dankie vir julle oorsig. Dis altyd professioneel en dankie dat julle ook vir ons mooi hanteer. Baie dankie. Dankie Wasim vir wat jy ook doen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, with that said, thank you very much to all of you for your participation. A very special thank you to everybody from the department for joining us. This is officially our last annual report ever as a group. This is the last engagement on the annual report that we will have in this term of Parliament. The next time we see each other for a statutory session will be around the adjustments budget before we end of the year. And if anything significant happens, I suspect we'll see some of you again for committee meetings and the appointment of members to the entities. But thank you very much for all your hard work and for always putting the province first. And also thank you for being one of the few departments in Parliament that actually invites the members to come and see the work of the department. It is always very exciting to see participants being awarded, whether it's the Cultural Affairs Awards or the Sports Awards. I think it really helps to move the conversation away from ticking boxes and looking at sort of paper reports to actually being able to experience that. So on behalf of the committee, Minister, HOD, and everybody else in the department, thank you very much. I think what we will look at next year, if I'm still chairing this committee next year, if I do come back to Parliament, is more also showcasing the work of the committee to members of the public as well. And I'm looking forward to engaging how people actually experience the services of DCAS at a sort of customer-facing level, because I don't think we've done enough as Parliament to ensure that members of the public are able to engage with us. I don't think we've gotten that public participation quite right, because the people that we engage with are stakeholders and not necessarily the beneficiaries of the project. Something that caught my eye under the risk registry of the department was the strategic risk around the limited financial and human capacity to provide sufficient and appropriate support for youth in respect to youth development in the Western Cape. And it struck me that as we are running out of money, this department spends a lot of time preparing young people to enter the economy, but there might not be opportunities for young people to enter the economy. And I think as we're leading up to the budget, this is a conversation that we need to have in the public around how do we ensure that we are building capacity within young people, but how do we also ensure that down the line those opportunities exist? Because I think we are moving very close to an Arab Spring in South Africa, where young people are feeling so hopeless, and with the cost of living constantly increasing, more and more young people feel that they're being shut out of the economy. And we really need to make sure that the young people that are the trainers training other young people are not doing that in vain. And I look forward to the updated provincial youth development strategy, looking at how do we accommodate young people in the ecosystem. And hopefully, when we do reconvene next year, we can start having a conversation with municipalities and with the Department of Health and Social Development around how do we track young people from when you get your first clinic card to until you become a ratepayer as well, so we can monitor young people on this journey. So bye-bye, dankie and almal. You are welcome. We will have lunch at 12:30 ready in the members' dining room. So you are all welcome to stay for lunch. We please ask that you eat the food, because otherwise it will be a black mark against my name and Wasim's name, because it will be wasteful expenditure, because at education there's always lots of people eating all the food and not so much at our committee. So please do join us for lunch, and then we will meet again for SCOPA this afternoon. Some of us will be, I think it's at 2. But you are all excused. Members, please ask that you stay so that we can do some housekeeping. Oh, and Member Bartman wants to take a photo.
And is she just doing solutions while we're here?
Members, you can think about the resolutions along while we take the photos.
Okay, who must stay? Who must stay? I don't know. Every time next to my name is always I was invited. Am I a member or am I invited? Oh no, so anyway, je weet vanoggend staan daar langer dan invited.
colleagues. So as you can see on the screen, the first recommendation was a report on the status of Afrikaans since 1994. And I've just asked Wasim if we can expand that resolution to say the committee would like a report on the status of the 3 official languages of the Western Cape, and that the report should address aspects such as the promotion, maintenance and implementation of the languages in the Western Cape government departments, academia and the broader community. So that's the first resolution. If I could also ask that we get copies of the different reports around the engagement that was done with young people. So the reports that's going to feed into the Provincial Youth Development Strategy. So there was 3 reports, the one being the Future Insights workshops with young people, the Teta Youth Campaign, and then also the allocation that Treasury, the report that came out of the allocation that Treasury gave to assess the status of youth development programs within the Western Cape government. I think I'd like to have a read through that before the strategy is developed, so we can see sort of what is informing that. The implementation of the youth programs in the Western Cape government. Are there any other resolutions, Member Partner?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how to phrase this, and perhaps Wasim can help me with his nice English. But after the meeting of the 17th of November regarding the archives and the risk register that the department said that they were going to have with the Department of the Premier, they also indicated that they have quarterly meetings with the Department of Infrastructure. So perhaps after that meeting, we could, and it doesn't need to be a formal briefing in person necessarily, perhaps they could even send us a report if necessary on the outcomes and what the next step is, because I am quite concerned with what is going to happen with the archives if we don't invest in it. Thanks.
Okay. And then if I could also then ask if we could get a detailed report on the maintenance and governance issues at the Swellendam Museum, the Droste Museum in Swellendam. So we want to get an understanding of the sort of the governance processes, etc. And also the type of support that the department has given that museum. And we can maybe follow that up in the new year with a visit there. We don't know where SOPA is going to be, so it's on the N2. We can go there. Are there any other resolutions or requests for information? Maybe also just Wasim, if the department can provide us with a written report on the state of readiness for the initiation season. Just so we have that, because we're going to get lots of queries about that.
And also, Chair, if we can, as part of requests for information, get a list of the libraries without public internet access.
So list of 5 of them, yeah. So.
Is it 5?
There's a really nice app that they have called Libby, where you can loan audiobooks. So you log in with your library card and you can then download audiobooks and ebooks on the app. I can't do it because I owe the library books, but I have to take my books back first. But I'm not finished with the books. They don't want to give me another extension, so. But it's a really, because it's across all the libraries in the province, which is nice.
Cheaperson's on the record that they had library books.
Yeah, but I'm going to give it back. I'm still busy with it. It's reference books. It's city library books anyway.
It is all the chairperson that returns the library.
Okay, no other resolutions. Now we're going to adopt a report.
The Arkham report.
Oh, we can come back to that one, Wasim.
2 is fine. 2 is fine, but we'll do it.
No,
Immediate adjustments.
No, we will do it at the adjustments. We will also adopt the report for this meeting and for the docs meeting as well. Cool. Colleagues, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Lunch is at from 12:30, so it means it will be at 1. Have a wonderful week ahead. We will see you all this afternoon at Scopa. If we do get an invitation from the Speaker of the National Assembly to join them again on the steps of Parliament on Friday to congratulate the Springboks, Wasim will be in touch via WhatsApp. But the new speaker, I don't think she knows we exist. So maybe she'll invite us, but we will let you know.